There we go. Okay. Let's call this meeting to order. And we'll start with the approval of the agenda. With one exception, the year of discovery, yes, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, the year of discovery would be taken off of the agenda because unfortunately Mr. Benway is ill. So we'll put that on the agenda for the business meeting, if that's okay with everybody. Okay?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
is there going to be a motion to modify the agenda, or how is this going to work?
Well, I thought I would propose the agenda as modified, but okay, we'll do that. Is there a motion to so modify the agenda?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, with the modified agenda, is there a motion to approve the modified agenda? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second. All right. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so let's go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Locklear, why don't you? Please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Davis, our moment of silence.
If you'll join me, we're going into a new year, and as we reflect on the past year and what we want to accomplish this coming year, we'll just take a few moments to reflect on that. Thank you.
All right, just one statement. We do have a child in one of our schools whose father was injured in the Middle East. So we send good wishes to this child. I'm not going to mention his name or anything like that. I don't think it's necessary, but we send good wishes to his father for a speedy recovery, and we once again appreciate the work of our men in arms. So, board committee updates.
Actually, we got one item right before that, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
okay.
Yep.
Y-
The Cooperative High School
excuse me.
update.
Excuse me. I'm skipping here. Moore County Initiative, Moore County Schools Initiative, Cooperative High School update. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, sir. As the board's aware and our public's aware, we're very appreciative in the state budget that was became law in October. There was money designated to Sand Hills Community College to work with us in the development of what's commonly known as an early college in the state of North Carolina on the campus of Sand Hills. And it's the fancy name is Cooperative Innovative High School. That's what the general statute notes it as. And so we want to bring the board an update, a little background information about what that is, and then a little information about our work. Our work has already begun in collaboration with Sand Hills. I want to thank Dr. Stewart and his team for that, and also want to thank the board. I know the board had some questions, had some input and thoughts, and we want to continue to work with the board, obviously, as we move through this process. So Mike and Heather, I believe I'm going to turn it over to you guys to give us that background and a brief update of where we are and our plan of action moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. I would be wrong if I didn't thank the people who are a part of our fire team. So we have a Moore County Schools fire team that's been working on this, I guess, since October. That includes representatives from curriculum instruction and from career technical education, technology. We have a school administrator a part of that. I'm working with that group, and Heather is working with that group too. Also want to thank the fire team at Sand Hills Community College which is led by Dr. Roush, who's their Senior Vice President of Academics Instructional Planning. Those two fire teams come together, and they've created a core team, which is a smaller number of members from each of those that are doing some of the grind work. We've now met with Sandhills, I think, 3 or 4 times. The core team met this past week, and we're going to share some background information on that. And we're also going to share our framework of action over the next 2 years, some decision points that we're going to need to make. Heather, as you know, is our Innovation and Special Projects Coordinator, so this seems like it's something that's both innovative and a special project. So Heather's doing a lot of the grind work behind the scenes, and we're going to start off with her to give you some information. Heather.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So let's just review some of the what the definition is and the historical background around cooperative innovative high schools. So it is defined as an early college or other innovative high school. They're small public high schools, usually on the campus of a university or community college. From the general statute, it encourages districts to partner with our higher education community to provide programs that expand students' opportunities for education. So what does that really mean? The primary focus is high school students who are at risk for dropping out, students with parents who did not continue education beyond high school students who would benefit from accelerated academic instruction. We're looking at workforce development and a 5-year degree or diploma and associates. It was established in 2003 using Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in North Carolina. The early colleges are part of the Career and College Promise program in North Carolina. Again, it focuses on serving those first-generation kids, students that are at risk and underrepresented. It's a small learning community. Maximum is 400 students, so that's 100 students per grade level, 9 through 12. They're located on a community college campus or university. They earn a high school diploma and college credits as part of that college and career promise. Its focus is on college prep, career, and life. There are 134 currently early colleges or cooperative or innovative high schools.
I'm sorry, Heather, can we go back to the first slide?
Sure.
I figure we might as well just talk about this as it comes up. Nowhere up there does it say serving underserved communities and whatnot, but that's what you said, but nothing up there says that.
Let me go to the general statute.
Yeah, I'm
and
not
just
saying
review.
the general
Mhm.
statute, but I mean, if the purpose, I don't know that the Moore County public understands the purpose of this innovative high school is to serve underprivileged children. I don't think that's how it was presented in the media.
Okay. And we're going to talk about our planning process and who our student profile really is and what Moore County needs and our regional needs, and that might not necessarily be the population of students who we're trying to market.
Okay.
Let's move forward in the presentation and kind of talk about our planning process and what we're thinking around that and some of the things that have come up in our planning procedures, and that might help us talk about the way in which we're defining which students might participate in our cooperative or innovative high school. That be okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I kind of thought that it was for precocious students, not necessarily lagging students.
I'm going to look into that some more. I'll look at the general statute as well as the research behind that, and I got this right from the NCTBI website.
Okay.
So I'll go and find that specifically for you.
Thank you.
I might add that you also said that it was for advanced students as well. Actually, when I was
Yes.
listening to you, it's like both ends of the spectrum. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Great question. Okay, so currently there are 134 early colleges across the state. Again, it's for high quality instructional programming. It's one of the quotes is that it's about blending this understanding of our students and really getting to know them and having that personalized support along with rigor and innovative instruction. We thought you'd want to hear about some of the notable practices across the state. There is a document that we can provide for you that shows many innovative high schools and early colleges and some of their programs, but we wanted to just highlight a few. Rowan Early College High School, one of the things about this particular high school is that their focus is on reading, thinking, talking, and writing. It's very specific to identify those needs, as that was part of their data around reading and writing. And so that's what their early college is really focused on. Ash Early College, they're looking at environmental science, working with park rangers. Students learn about native plants and animals and the history of the mountain, and are building a walking trail and a bridge across a creek. So it was pretty interesting and innovative and very specific to that area. Did I hear a question? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Other than the last one, how does, we have a strategic plan. And what I see up here is an innovative high school that we're going to spend a lot of money on. And I've not seen this brief. And I mean, I'm seeing it a page at a time. And I see up here building walking trails and learning the history of a mountain. I hear developing working to remediate an undeveloped riverbank in Azalea Park. And I see global water for South Sudan. How does any of this support our strategic plan of improving reading, improving mathematics, and closing the achievement gap? This looks like kind of hanging out and making something fun rather than actual learning the things that are necessary for someone to succeed. This isn't a work projects administration.
Right, and these are not our plans necessarily. This is just some of the things that are going on around the state. One of the things that you'll see when you look at our plan of action is that our intention is to visit programs throughout the state. It's also to collect data based on what the needs of our community are, what the needs of our students are, what the interests of our students are, and build the program around that.
Yeah,
So this is,
I'm sorry.
I don't want to give the impression to the community that these practices that are being used at other early colleges or innovative high schools around the state are what we would lean on. This is just some of the practices that the DPI and the state has put out that other districts are using with their programs.
Yeah, my specific concern is out of 134 cooperative innovative schools, that these are the examples that you guys pulled out. And I would only be led to believe, and the public would only be led to believe, that this is the direction that you guys on your fire team plan on going. And I don't know, Mr. Chair, is this the guidance that the board's given them to focus on?
Can I respond to that
Sure.
first, Mr. Hensley? I would say that it's very clear that when this was in the general statute and in the budget, that our focus for this early college is going to be about workforce development. It's going to be about pathways to serve the workforce needs in our community and our region. Some of the examples that have been thrown out initially, Senator McGinnis and others and us, is about the regional impact of things like the Toyota plant, things like VinFast, and what are we doing to prepare our kids to take advantage of that. And then, of course, the local needs that we might have, whether that be some of the impact of the USGA or some other local needs that we may have. And so that's what the team is focused on. This is going to be really a vocational workforce development early college.
Understand, but likewise, I would stand by my comment. I don't see a lot of vocational stuff up here either.
This is
Well,
going to be
why don't-
innovative and unique. There's not a lot of examples of that in the state.
Yeah,
The last one about Edgecombe Early with the teacher cadet program is somewhat along that path, but there's not a lot of examples in the state of North Carolina.
As a matter of fact, Senator McGinnis asked us to come up with something new, innovative, and unique for North Carolina. But let's give these guys a chance. Let's listen to what they say, and maybe this will all come into focus a little bit better as we hear it. Okay.
So did want to provide some timelines. These are the non-negotiable timelines. This comes from DPI, and I just wanted to share this out. June 15th, 2024 is when the letter of intent would be due to NCDPI. Then between June and September of 2024, we would receive some personalized support. Actually would have one person from DPI who would be assigned to us to provide some support as we develop and finalize the application, curriculum development. There's just some ongoing support during that time. The actual application is due on October 4th, and then it goes through an approval process, and there are 4 different levels of that. First, there's a joint advisory committee that does a review. Then the State Board of Education provides an approval. Then the College Board, the Community College Board, they do a conditional report approval. And then it would be the General Assembly that would provide the final approval that allows us to move forward. Very aggressive timeline. That approval process, or notification of that approval, would be in the summer of 2025. And of course, would like to open up during the 25-26 school year, whether that's in the fall, whether that's for the second semester, or whether it's going to take us another year of planning. But the approval comes in the summer of 2025, and then our hopes to plan to opening in that 25-26 school year. So it's a very aggressive timeline to be moving forward. Certainly.
In the letter of the letter of intent, what do you have to include in that?
Let's share that.
I'm so glad you asked that. I've reached out to NCTPI to find out more specifics about that. Currently, the application for the letter of intent is down, and they'll be putting that back up shortly. But it is your district information, the institute that you're partnering with, and some other informational components. Beyond that, we don't know yet. So
It's just not a letter that says we want to build a school.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
So that's a great question.
We can tell you about the application.
Yeah, but we can tell you about the application, exactly. So the letter of intent is that we want to build an innovative high school, and then there's the application, which, as noted, the application is due in June. And so these are the components that we're looking at for the application, while planning and discussion has already started in thinking about these components. So your basic information, a summary description of your program. So you have to keep the end in mind as you're thinking about building the innovative high school. Who's our student target population, the grade levels offering? Will you start with 1 year? Will you start with 9th grade and 11th? Kind of breaking that down. The program focus, workforce development, CTE, college, both. The enrollment process by year, if that's a projection that you'll be making, if you start with just one, start with 9th grade. The program description in full, the justification for that, for what type of innovative high school that you'll be building, along with that, the response to the regional needs. The curriculum you'll be using, so that's the partnering in the high school diploma, as well as what are the 2-year components to the associates. The student goals and expectations, parent-family involvement. I'm going to skip the school effectiveness for just a second and go to the budget, the personnel qualifications, student transportation, and operating procedures. We have to have those in mind as well. Well, let's go back to the school effectiveness measures. So the measures for effectiveness, just for your information, in a report every year, we'll have to talk about retention rates, completion rates, dropout rates, certification and associate's degree completions, admissions to 4-year programs, post-grad employment, and employer satisfaction reports from post-grad employment. So those are some of the things that we can report on for the student school effectiveness measures. I'm pausing for questions on any of that. Okay. So the annual report, that's something that happens if you are awarded a cooperative or innovative high school. Also, we want to keep this in mind as we're thinking about planning of what the report will look like and what we'll have to provide. So each cooperative innovative high school has to submit an annual report to NCDPI, and again, it's the contact information, the target population, grade levels, the program, That full description, our enrollment, those school effectiveness measures, and a narrative on our successes. And renew every 5 years. So far, our preparation for the application is the creation of some teams, as described by Dr. Metcalf. We need our core team and then those broader teams, as well as utilizing some district expertise throughout the process. We'll have regular meetings. We've begun to set at least 2 meetings a month from now until the letter of intent and the application process, or application deadline. We have talked about documentation, how we're collecting our agendas, our minutes, our shared documents of the things that we'll be working on, and keeping the end in mind. There are links to the presentation that show that brainstorming activity from one of our very first meetings. It's also an image there where we talked about the regional needs, like the VinFast, Toyota, Wolfspeed, those things that are coming into the area and what the workforce might be for that. As well as a link to another document around our minutes and what we've started. Questions on any of our preparation so far?
I do think it'd be valuable for us to click on that link and to anybody who is it, can we do
Mr.
that,
Bachelor?
Charlie? I'm sorry, thank you. Just to see which
The-
direction that
The,
we're trying to take it.
sure.
By the way, while we're doing
Those
that,
are-
I think that employer satisfaction thing is fantastic. Just to look beyond school and look to employer satisfaction.
Mhm.
And it's a wonderful, wonderful thing.
These are notes from our first meeting as a Morris County School Team
Yes,
is what
sir.
this is. And this, as well as a follow-up with our Career Technical Education Committee
Mhm.
that is also involved in this with Mr. Benway and that team. And so this was nothing more than a kind of a brain dump
Mhm.
of just initial, where do we start, what information do we need to throw out. This was just with the Moore County School Team, just an absolute brain dump
Mhm.
of different things. So it talks about everything from the numbers of high school credits to how we would do transportation to marketing to flexibility, the idea that we need to make sure we're assessing both the needs of the community and the interest of the students, that those go hand in hand. Talks about pathways, it talks about principal selection and when that comes into play with that, staffing. That has to do with that very tight time frame that we were talking about before, and that aggressive timeline. Security, Northmore in particular, and making sure that the distance from Sandhills Communication from Northmore, that we're addressing that, and so that it's suitable for all our students have the opportunity to participate in this, to things like driver's education and athletics. I talked about our next steps working with the Sandhills Community Team. And if you can pull up the next link.
Yeah, that's the one specifically I
Right,
wanted
the next
to,
link was our first meeting
you.
with the community college. And this was both full teams that met with the community college and was really run by Dr. Roush, that particular meeting. But again, was brainstorming about community needs. We brought in outside, we brought in the chamber, we brought in a number of different groups and reached out to community groups and businesses to participate in that initial brainstorming piece. So it was, what do we need to consider? What are going to be the needs of the community? There's a number of data points that we're going to need to collect as we try to determine what the profile is, both what the college is going to offer, what our programs that we and the college will offer together, but also what type of student is going to demonstrate interest in that. So we have to define the profile of the student, so there was some discussion around that, discussion around the employer surveys that the chamber is leading, and they've been willing to assist us throughout this project, and they said they would throughout, and so we're excited about working with them. Talked about the future of Moore County, how many 170,000 residents, and how many more will be coming, another 100,000 in the next 10 years, and what that's going to mean in terms of the needs of the community, whether that's more We're going to need more people to fix cars because there's more cars on the road and more accidents are likely to occur. So you need more people to fix those automobiles. We're going to need more electricians. We're going to need some of this we're now producing, but we may be able to work with the college to even do some expansion. Other things that were discussed were really with VinFast and Toyota, Wolfspeed, a need for maybe more of a higher level mechanical engineering. And so there's discussions about adding mechanical engineering. Now that's a I don't want to give the wrong impression. You can go out and get a job in that area, or you can continue on to college and actually get a degree in engineering. And so those discussions and throwouts were in this particular brainstorming that we were doing with the college. Manufacturing is not something that we're currently have a number of students doing. They have a program. This may be a place to put that and build up that background in manufacturing where they can go directly to Wolfspeed or Toyota, some of the other organizations, get some jobs from the other businesses. So that was more of a initial community conversation and brainstorming that was done here. And again, the picture is we just threw those ideas. You have to start some place. And the first place you start, I think, is by generating ideas. And then you get into your timeline of decisions, your framework for action, which we would like to share with you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Charlie, if you can go back to
Yeah,
the
thank you, Charlie.
PowerPoint, that'd be great. We'll go to the next slide. So we wanted to share with you, this is our framework of action. We worked on this along with Sandhills. We brought them a draft, and then when we met with them on Thursday of last week, we kind of adjusted some of the decision makings and when we needed to make that decision. So this includes everything from a timeline of decisions to what people and groups may need to be a part of that decision, the decision points where we need to make them, and the non-negotiable timeline is included there too. The non-negotiable timeline is those dates where we're required to do the letter of intent and application date and so forth. I'm going to hand it over to Heather to kind of go through it because I think it's worth the time to go through how we set this up. But I did want to note the dotted red line that weaves through January into February, into March, and into April, where we do site visits. And both the college and our team felt like it would be of value for us to see other programs in action. Not that we're going to want to take what they're doing to us, but maybe help us to have a better understanding of what's possible. Sometimes you don't know what's possible until you see some things going on at other schools. There's districts. That is not only North Carolina only. We had some conversation with Sandhills. There's a district in Texas that has a program that looks really close to what we're talking about with career technical education. So I raised my hand and volunteered to go to Texas and to visit that along with Dr. Rex. No, we'll send a group down there. We won't go to, we want to hit 10 or 11 districts, actually. We won't take the whole team to those. I want to assure the board we'll be in district, but we'll rotate people around so they can bring back information back and be able to get an idea of what is possible for us. Can you go through the framework?
Okay, we actually have 3 slides on this. We started in October, November, as you're aware, thinking about what this might look like and brainstorming. And so you'll see the first 2 points on our framework for action are about investigating the programs, talking about it, the justification. What do we need? What does our region need? What do we already have? And part of that has been collecting data about what do we already have for CTE in our schools, as well as what are those college and career promise pieces we have, the partnership with Sandhills Community College. So we've been kind of going through of that, and you'll see that the circle on the side there, curriculum and instruction, CTE, Sandhills Community College, is really a big part of those initial discussions as we think about the pathways. In January, we are starting to make some decisions. So you'll see that from here on out, instead of investigating, it's decision points. We need to think about this program description, justification, the regional needs, and the curriculum, really define those pathways and our student profile, who will be going to our innovative high school. And so that's January and February. again, CTE, curriculum and instruction, Sand Hills Community College, really a big part of all of this. Again, with the site visits throughout, we also want to find out about their planning process. What feedback were they getting from outsiders? Who did they have at the table? What are we missing that we haven't thought of already, as well as operations? And again, we're going to be looking at a CTE focus. Moving on into March and April of 2024, again, some decision points. We got to really narrow down that target population. We're collecting data now about our current 7th grade population and our current 9th grade population, if we're thinking about starting a 9th grade cohort and possibly an entry point for our 11th graders. So we're looking at the target population, our grade levels, making that decision, our enrollment process, those student goals and expectations, and family, parent-family involvement. So we're going to be looking at maybe doing some focus groups, getting some feedback, having some conversations about what would you like this to look like. Obviously, we're thinking about the data and the regional needs for the programming, but then being innovative in its practice of the coursework and the delivery. In May, finalizing that proposed budget, the personnel, transportation, operation procedures, so human resources and finance will be at the table for that. And then in June, we have our first deadline, which is the letter of intent due to NCDPI. And as soon as I have more information about what that specifically needs, then we might need to add it to our framework for action if we have to make any other decisions prior to that. Hopefully, it's just a letter of intent.
What was that budgeting date again?
In May, we want to begin
May,
having that
okay.
conversation
Thank
around
you.
the budget, absolutely. As we move into the summer, July 2024 and August 24, we're looking at the budget, personnel, transportation, operations, really finalizing what that's going to look like. And then in August, looking at our communication plans and sharing with stakeholders, we really want to begin to think about how are we going to roll this out after we have completed our application, because we're going to start looking at marketing and getting some interest surveys. We have to start in seventh grade in our middle school and really think about who might participate in 2025. Hopefully in September, we're looking at the application and reviewing our final edits so that we're ready to go for our final submission in October, the application submission. And that's really just the beginning. This is just our starting point, and then we go from there.
Very excited about the opportunity for Moore County Schools, the opportunity for our students. I just think it's a tremendous opportunity for students. Really appreciate the Sand Hills Community College working so closely with us and the other community partnerships that we have that are supporting us in that process too. We obviously will keep the board very well updated as we move through this and take any feedback we appreciate. It's a standing item on our CTE committee agenda is an update on this, and obviously we'll be bringing back updates to the board as well, directly to the board. So thank you very much, and try to answer any questions you have. We're at the very beginning.
Questions?
I have just a few. So many years ago, far, far away, no, just many years ago, we tried doing something like this. My question is it something to the fact that what we tried before, we're going to try to bring that back? Have we had conversations with the commissioners? Because that was our mute point, was when we brought it to them, they pretty much denied it. So what's the take on that?
So I think it's different than the Advanced Career Center.
Okay.
I think the Advanced Career Center looked a lot more globally, was bigger, if that makes sense. This is a little different than that. We're talking about about 100 students per grade level, ultimately, when it's at capacity. This is a little bit more focused, in my opinion, the sessions we're having. Initially, a little bit more focused around career technical education needs of the community. Advanced Career Center did some things with global and was trying to be ROTC and was trying to provide more of a full comprehensive high school. You know, this is a little bit more for a different student who is very focused in the direction that they want to go to and career-oriented. So I think it's a little bit different than that.
Okay.
I'll defer to Dr. Locklear in terms of the conversations with the commissioners.
I'll just say that certainly Chair Paserno and Mr. Vest is certainly aware. Certainly we're advised of that this was part of the budget and that it's in development, and we'll continue to be discussing it with them and looking at as we develop what are going to be the needs from a staffing perspective from us. That's certainly going to have an impact. There might be some impact on the transportation side or other logistical side, CNS, et cetera. But as we develop that, we'll continue that conversation of how that looks from a budget perspective, what we may need to repurpose or what we may need to discuss with the commissioners about.
Great, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Yes. Other questions?
I have
Yes.
some.
Mr. Henson?
So I got some questions. What are the restrictions on the money? I guess it's 25 million. What are the restrictions on the money? How does it have to be spent? On construction or operations?
My understanding that $25 million is San Diego Community College for the capital side of the matter, the construction side, the facility side. I would imagine equipment side probably would be allowable as well.
Okay, so a couple thoughts on that. There is a widespread belief that there is significant underutilization of buildings aboard Sand Hills Community College. I've never seen a chart of enrollment versus budget from them. I've never seen a chart of their enrollment over, say, the last decade. They built a lot of buildings, but it's my belief and understanding that their enrollment is stagnant, if not declining. So before we go building buildings, which are expensive, I would suggest a facility utilization study at Sand Hills and see if they can't combine students into some buildings and free up a building, and then that building be used for this, and then our money will go twice. If you don't have to build a building, if you can use this money for equipment, then the money's going to go twice as far. My next question is, who do you all see, and this kind of dovetails with what Ms. Caldwell said, who do you all see, you guys kept referring to stakeholders, we're going to the stakeholders. Who do you all see as the stakeholders?
I would say we have multiple stakeholders, and certainly our business community is a part of it. The students are a stakeholder, the parents are a stakeholder, and so we do have, I think, in the action plan, focus group period of time where we're reaching out to the students, setting up focus groups to get information from them of what they're interested in, students and parents. Businesses are also, obviously, we're trying to meet the needs of the community. As I said multiple times, I think it's a connection of trying to meet what the needs of the community are going to be moving forward and the interest of the students and their parents as well, and trying to match those two. We want students to want these type of jobs that the community is going to need. We want to provide the training necessary to meet that need.
Yeah, I would also, those are all stakeholders, you're correct, but I would also suggest that the three governing bodies that are involved are stakeholders. And
Certainly.
I didn't hear any of them mentioned, by the way. The Sand Hills Community College Board of Trustees, the school board, and the county commissioners. And let's talk about them one at a time. I've been attending the Sand Hills Community College Board of Trustees and meetings, and I have not heard this be an agenda item with the Sand Hills Community College Board of Trustees. Other than an announcement, I've not seen it on the county commissioner's agenda either. And apparently this is all being worked in committee with the school board because, no one's asked me my input, or I don't think anyone's asked the input of the board. I might have missed a meeting. I missed a meeting or two when I was traveling. But here's my concern. When you look at a planning process, you really ought to get the intent of the boards, the oversight boards. So my suggestion is you guys go to the Sand Hills Community College Board of Trustees and put it on the agenda and get the Board of Trustees' thoughts as to what they want to see. I think it needs to be discussed and debated among the school board. And to a comment that the superintendent made, Ms. Caldwell brought up, hey, have you discussed this with the board, with the with the county commissioners, and the superintendent's response was, well, yeah, they know we're going to need more money to do this, and they know there's going to be requests for personnel and this and that. I'm here to tell you, the best way to get kicked in the face by the county commissioners is to not involve them in any planning, not ask them if they have any thoughts on this, and just go to them and say, oh, we need $10 million right after you got finished doing this great, budget funding thing. And 6 months later, apparently the plan is to go to the county commissioners and ask for them for money, but not give them any input into the planning process, which is, by the way, is exactly what this board just did on the facilities plan, the 10-year facilities plan. Going to go and ask the county commissioners for several $100 million over 10 years, and not ask them for any input as to how it's going to be spent. So anyway, I would suggest that someone talk to the Sand Hills Board of Trustees. We have public discussions and debates over the way this should go, and I would certainly ask the county commissioners if they have any ideas on this. If we could go to slide 10, please. This is a timeline question. I noted up there that January, and of course this is January, we have the same, January and February have the same decision points. And how far along are you guys, again, without getting any guidance from the Sand Hills Board or the county commissioners or this board at large, how far along are you guys in developing in a vacuum a program description and regional needs and curriculum? I guess my question is, I didn't see a program, I didn't even see a start of a program description, but you guys are going to do that by the end of February?
We're in the process right now. In our last meeting, we talked about the data that we're collecting. So we've got people who are looking at the current pathways and the current offerings. And we've had our discussion around the workforce development and CTE and some of the things that we believe we might need, some of the things that Dr. Metcalf already mentioned. And so we're bringing to the table all of the data. Having two different groups that we really needed a place in order to be able to collect our information and put it together so we can look at those documents together. So that's like priority this week. And pulling that data together, including our student data as well as our pathways, is on the agenda for this week. And then we meet again to start pulling all of that together. But no, you are correct. We don't have a definition, a description yet at this time in our justification. We're getting there.
Yeah, and again, my suggestion on the process, because I've worked on extraordinarily large staffs before that's done extraordinarily complex mission planning, and the first thing you do is you get the commander's intent. And you go and analyze the commander's intent. You come back and say, hey, I think, this is what we think you meant. Is this what you meant? And then they say yes, no, or they give a little rudder guidance here and there, and then you finalize the planning. And I would say that in this case, the commander is the county commissioners, the Sand Hills Board, and the school board. So you need to make sure that, especially at the beginning, that you get the command, the intent, the notional intent of what we want, what Sand Hills wants, and what, ultimately you got to talk to the business community and all that too. My last comment is this, and this is something that this board, specifically Chair Levy, has mentioned many times and gotten very excited about. And that is the battery plants and electric vehicles, and we got to train people to work on electric vehicles, and they're going to build this massive battery plant. And I heard Chair Levy's mentioned that several times over the last year as far as the future of VOTEC/CTE. And I heard it during this brief and saw it during this brief. The problem is all those plants are getting canceled at the cyclic rate. Ford, Chevy, and Chrysler, whatever, Stellus, or whatever it's called now, they are backpedaling as fast as they can on their electric vehicles, billion-dollar projects across the country are getting canceled. You know, we need to focus on now. You know, our community needs electricians, our community needs HVAC people, our community, we need to not focus on smoke and mirrors that the politicians are promising us that appears to be crumbling before our eyes. And we need to focus on the real CTE needs of the community. Doesn't mean we can't keep an eye on the future, but the things that, again, that I've heard Chair Levy talk a lot about and somehow made it into your brief are things that just appear to not be coming to pass. So I would caution you all to make sure that we're setting a vision and that ultimately we're training our students for skills that are really going to be needed. So that's all. Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry,
No,
Alex.
it's on. No, it's on. It was on. It was on. Yeah.
As for policies, is this going to be under our policies or under the college policies?
So I would say it's a Moore County school, so it would be our policies. However, when taught, some of our classes are, when they're taught by a community college, they have a different set of policies that sometimes apply for them, but they're some of their courses. You want to jump in on that, Dr.
I would just
Loveland?
say, and our parents are aware of that, and our parents sign
Right.
off on that when they allow their kids to take community college courses. That-
Okay,
Yeah, a
so that's
sign-off
noted
process.
in the information we share with our parents, and then you sign off as a parent that I understand there may be some advanced discussions that wouldn't happen in a high school classroom would happen in a college classroom.
okay.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Dr.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Davis, did you? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were. Anyone else? Let me also say a couple of things. Number one, on the utilization of buildings, we have been talking about utilizing the buildings more than building new buildings or building a building, because $25 million will not build a building. It just won't. But it's part of the advanced manufacturing angle of this. It may renovate buildings. So I know that you guys have been talking about precisely that. And my concern, I did mention to Dr. Locklear, is I'd like to have one building, even if it's an existing building, to say this is our high school. Because I hope that this will be more than just our Promise program. This needs to be a high school with its own distinction and identity, so that our students can be proud to go to that high school. Our parents will be proud for their children to go to that high school. And while a lot of people feel that school spirit is a small aspect of life, I think it really is important as we build a high school, and as we build what I hope will be a great deal of prestige that will go along with this high school. I do want to indicate that there have been talks with a number of trusts, or at least one trustee who I believe the trustees either they have a liaison with the committee, or that they're involved in it. I know Mr. Cadell was at one of the meetings originally for this, so they are being kept in the loop, and the county commissioners are being kept in the loop. I'm also concerned about the budgeting aspect of it, and how that will impact our overall budget for the school system. But that's what we're going to look to, I'm sure, in the I think you said May timeframe. What I do want to do, and I've been advocating for much more board input into this is I'm going to appoint, with Dr. Locklear's permission, because we have talked about this earlier, Ken Benway as a liaison to what is your committee, okay, through the superintendent, if that's okay. All right. So that since this is a CTE type of thing, that seems like a good fit, and he'll be able to keep the board abreast, as you guys do very much. And I do want to tell you that I think we're all excited about this new college, this new career high school. And one of the things I hope you know that, and I hope the board will be giving us broad latitude, giving you guys broad latitude to develop a program that fits the needs of Moore County. But two aspects of this, which I'm particularly excited about, is number one, that we'll take 450 students away perhaps from our overcrowded high schools and put them into this school, okay, which helps a little bit, doesn't solve the entire problem. And number two, that this will truly be new and innovative. So I think all of Moore County ought to be excited over this. And I want to tell you how much we appreciate your hard work and the hard work of the administration and bring this about.
Thank you.
Okay.
We certainly look forward to continuing to work with Mr. Benway. He's has been wonderful to work with on the CTE committee, and I know he has great interest in this, and we're excited to have him as a part of the core team.
Okay.
So I have a
Yes,
couple
sir.
of questions in response to what you said, Mr. Chair. So, Dr. Metcalf, one thing I would caution you about, and this was actually one of my questions for the chair, is, okay, so Mr. Benway has been deeply involved in this from the beginning. And the chair just said that, with the superintendent's permission, he's going to put Benway on this as a liaison. Not really sure that makes sense because he's already been doing that. But here's my question, and here's what I caution this board against. So, Mr. Chair, what mechanisms in place to ensure that Mr. Benway's views and direction reflect that of the board? Because if he's been working with this committee so far, I mean, this doesn't reflect my views. I don't know if it reflects all the other committee views, but it seems to me that the better process is to have a conceptual discussion among board members, and Mr. Benway's liaison reflects the board's views as a whole, not necessarily his own views, because we all have different insights. I mean, you'll get Ms. Caldwell's experience and Ms. Bruno's experience and knowledge as a teacher. You'll get Mr. Holmes' experience and guidance as someone who, runs a company that's, in the trades. You'll get my experience as somebody who's built, industrial scale stuff before. So there has to be a mechanism where we ensure that the direction and guidance that Mr. Benway's given this committee ultimately reflects the guidance of the board.
That is, as a matter of fact, what we're doing right now. That is, I arranged this briefing because what I want to do is to make sure that the board is involved. And actually, I've said that to Dr. Locklear many a time, that I want the board involved. And that's the reason why we're here. And you just made a suggestion to our committee members, and I saw them writing it down, okay? So they're going to take that back to them. I expect that we'll be doing what we're doing right now several times, but this is, in a sense, the legislature has tasked us with opening up in the 25-26 school year, and that is lightning speed with regard to setting up a high school and the like. But one of the things that I have done, and I'll continue to do, is to involve this board in the planning and to, which I've asked before, to keep the county commissioners abreast of what we're doing. And certainly, we've had at least two meetings with Dr. Stewart and his group on this. I know you've had committee meetings. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Dr. Locklear going with Dr. Stewart and his people. And there have been Board of Trustees people there. So, as well as legislative representatives. So we were at one meeting with Mr. Jackson. I think one of the other meetings was with Mr. Jackson and Senator McGinnis. So it's important. I think you have to do two things. Number one, we have to make sure that we're in on it. And that's why I asked for this briefing here. But number two, we also have to let those people who are designing this have a free flow of information and come to us and talk about it. So I think that's what we're doing. And I think we're doing a good job so far. I'm impressed. I'm absolutely impressed that we've gotten this far with this. And I know that we're going to have one great school coming up. So I'm looking forward to it. So I appreciate your
Mr. Chair,
hard work.
my second question is, you said that you know for a fact that liaisons being made with the county commissioners. The superintendent mentioned that Mr. Best and Mr. Paserno certainly know that, you know, there's going to be some requests for additional positions or whatnot. Is there any other liaison being made other than what the superintendent referred to?
You know, the liaison. First of all, I'm not sure that we're going to need more money from the county commissioners for anything necessarily.
I'm just going on what the superintendent, but anyway, my specific question is, are you aware of any liaison beyond what the superintendent said? I mean, are you making liaison with him on this?
I don't understand the question.
Well, you said that you know for a fact that there's liaison being made with the county commissioners. So I would like to know what level of liaison is being made with the county commissioners and who's making that liaison. That's my question. I'm just looking for clarification on what you said.
Well, if you're talking about who's talking to the county commissioners,
Right, that's what you said. You said that.
I speak with the chairman, and our superintendent speaks with Mr. Vest, and I spoke with at least one other county commissioner about it. But my liaison is always with the chairman. I'm the chairman of this board, and I try to keep the chairman of the county commission in the loop, and we also do that through the superintendent keeping Mr. Vest in the loop because he's their head administrator.
So you frequently make liaison with Mr. Paserno.
Well, okay.
Mr. Chair, that's my question. I'm just trying to clarify.
I believe the county commission is well aware of what we're doing. And I hope the county commission is going to be very, very supportive. I truly believe they've been supportive so far of what we're doing. And I think we can come together and just make this one of the great schools of Moore County. It can be done. And one of the things that we have to do, though, is we're in the early stages. We've got to give the people who are planning this a lot of breathing room, so to speak. Okay, they're only a couple of weeks, or last week you did a brainstorming session or whatever it is. Okay, right. So that's we're early in this, and everyone will be kept in the loop. We're going to be quite transparent, and in the end, we're going to get a great school. Okay. Anything else? All right. Let's move right along to board committee updates. One of the things is that the superintendent has a retention and recruitment committee, and one of the things that we've been interested in is to make sure that we do get the retention and recruitment that we do need. So once again, with the permission of the superintendent, I'm going to appoint Ms. Davis as our liaison to the recruitment, to the superintendent's. What was it? Okay. All right. The recruitment and retention committee, and that was with your permission as well, Dr. Locklear.
Yes, sir.
So that's important as a committee update. Are there any other updates that we have other than the first reading of the revised policies, which I will get to later on as we have that in the schedule? Yes. Anything else?
I do need to provide an update for the uniform committee, which I was unable to do last month because I was not here. I did send out an email probably close to a month ago advising the board that I was not going to continue and seeking to have our children in uniforms because, as I said whenever I first presented this to the community, that if it did not come with the support of the community, I would not strong arm and make it where our children would be in uniforms. Although I do feel that the board would have supported me. I do believe I had the votes to do that, but I am a woman of my word. And we did have an overwhelming response with over 5,000. If Dr. Locklear wishes that we had that much response to all of the surveys that we put to the community, because it would help us make decisions. But we had 25% of our parents supported it, 25%, let's see. Community members, only 18% were in support. Parents, 25% were in support. Staff, 25% were in support. And our students were underwhelming 4%, which I did not find that to be surprising. But at this time, there's no need to continue with it. Again, I'm not going to strong arm it. I appreciate the responses that were given. I do want to encourage our principals, our administrators, to make sure that we are adhering to our dress code policy. And it is a problem. It's something that I think we need to focus on. Something I've seen, actually, that bothers me a little bit, and I haven't said this before now, is that I see blankets being brought into our schools, and our children are wrapping up in blankets as they're sitting there doing their schoolwork, and it seems a little too cozy to me. But we do need to focus on our dress code. I want to support our principals and our teachers in that, but at this point in time, we won't be continuing, and that's all. And not a lot of time or effort was put in it. It did not cost taxpayers much money for this uniform survey to be completed or tabulated or anything. Mr. Batchelor did a great job on that. That's it.
Mr. Hensley, I saw you turn on your microphone.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I have questions about committee reports. I've been, as I mentioned earlier, I go to the Sand Hills Community College Board of Trustees meetings, and every board chair gives very extensive reports on issues in front of them, whether it's safety or buildings or curriculum. And it seems to me that we have a building committee who's working on spending hundreds of millions of dollars in the taxpayers' money, yet we don't have a report from that committee. We have a safety and security committee, and there's nothing more important than the safety and security of our faculty, staff, and students, yet we never hear anything from our Safety and Security Committee. I think we have a curriculum committee. I don't know. I've never heard a report from it. We don't even have, I don't think we even have a finance committee. So I just seems kind of dysfunctional that we have committees, but we don't have any committee reports from committee chairs.
Thank you for your comments.
Well, if I could just add, 'cause
Yes.
I'm part of one of those committees. We did have a briefing about that last month. I believe you weren't here. That's probably why you just missed it.
Well, it was on the consent agenda.
Yeah, so,
Which you could have pulled it off the consent agenda to discuss anything. Go
that's
ahead.
either here or there, but I just wanted to let you know that it is on there. But if you did have questions, feel free to ask. And
Well,
then,
Yeah, it's more about the public knowing what's going on. It's
Well,
their
we
hundreds of
discussed-
millions of
yeah,
dollars
and we
that we're
discussed
spending.
it.
Yeah,
we
okay.
discussed it. Thank you, though.
And the pilot does cover those meetings as well.
One of the things that the committees do a fantastic job, I want to say, but one of the things is that they don't always have something to say at every single meeting, which I think we all appreciate because we don't have to just go over the same thing over and over again. Clearly, when the committee meets, first of all, those committee meetings are public. So the pilot covers the committee meetings. Certainly, they cover my policy committee meeting many times over. So we are open and transparent, but at every meeting, I don't think we have to give a formal committee report. I think that just takes up time and doesn't forward our goals. But certainly, any committee chair can give a report at any time, at any meeting, but I'm just giving them an opportunity to do it at each meeting. And when it's relevant, they do pop up like Ms. Davis did. Okay. Now, I do want to say I want to commend Ms. Davis for her hard work in that uniform committee. It didn't turn out the way we wanted it, but one of the things I wrote to Ms. Davis when she originally decided and looked at the results, I said how proud we were of her, that she has an idea and that the idea doesn't really pan out, but that it's explored fully, and she has the fortitude to say, no, I understand, and I'm going to pull back, because so many people will go forward with something even though it looks like it's not going to work. So appreciate your fortitude and your maturity in doing that. I too was a little disappointed. I'd like to see one of these days uniforms in a couple of our elementary grades, a couple of our elementary schools eventually. And I think the wisdom of that there's at least one charter school that will be doing uniforms, I believe, when they become functional. So it's something to look at in the future. And I appreciate your hard work in doing this so far. Okay. So, any further committee updates? Okay. District and Media Technology Committee. At this point in time, what we're going to do is discuss, because we're not going to vote on it, obviously. We're going to discuss our books, of which we have many numbers of, that we decided to review and gave our people a chance to read the books. Let me say, before we get into that, one of my goals and my feelings about these books that we do have is that, just one second, I need to bring up these books, yeah, is that we not only have to look at the books that are in our library, but the books that we need to put into our library or make sure it's there. One of the, could I have my slide? I call it my slide. And let me pass this out over here. Hope I've got the right number on the right side. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. The Library of Congress. Yeah. The Library of Congress has given a group of 10 books that they believe built America. And it was done in association with C-SPAN. But it's really the work of the Library of Congress. And I think that one of the things that we're going to have to look at is whether all of our students, when they graduate, should be familiar with these books. And they include what might be considered a conservative book, Free to Choose. And one might consider a liberal book, which is The Words of Cesar Chavez. But as we look at these books here, I hope that we can compare them to the books that we're looking at now, okay, and see really where our focus should be as an educational institution. And I think that focus should be on what goes into the library as much as what comes out of it, and looking at our library as a special purpose library. And it's for education. It's not a public library, which is for all sorts of interests, for all sorts of people. We're here to teach young people to learn, to read, to write, to have science. And one of the things that Mr. Hensley brought up, which I think is very important, is we have a strategic plan. And in our strategic plan, it says that we want to build successful American citizens. And this is one way to do that, is to have our students more familiar with books like these, as opposed to some of the stuff that we're reviewing now. But at any rate, let me open up the floor for discussion. And I hope we'll look farther into books like these the next time. But let me open it up for discussion on the books that we're reviewing.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask Dr. Metcalf to just do a brief review of the recommendations, the format of that review,
Yes,
just for background knowledge, again, for the board. I think that might be helpful. And then, of course, he can answer any questions related to that. Dr. Metcalf?
I can certainly try. Yes, began this process in July. I think there are 9 books for review. We had 5 different teams that were put together. Those teams, that committee, if you will, were made up of a building level administrator, media specialist, parent, teacher, and district leader. Tried the best that we could to get individuals to represent different portions of our community to be a part of those teams. And we did some training with them. And I thought it might be wise to quickly, if you don't mind, Mr. Levy, review some of the training that we provided the teams, if I can.
Please, sir.
I don't want to go into great detail on all of it, but I wanted to hit a few of it. This was prepared by Schwartz Law, the board's attorney, and I did the training with all the members of the team. We brought them in. It was in-person training that was done. You can see what our goals were. If you continue, Donna, please. We talked about the legal background. We talked about, continue, Supreme Court cases after PICO. We talked about non-binding cases, so both in the federal land and in the state legal background. We talk about takeaways from those court cases, if you may. And we talked about the general statute that drives this work. Continue, please. We provided a definition of what is pervasively vulgar. If you can go back to that general statute, I just want to hit that one time if I can. I just want to note that a local board of education may establish a community media advisory committee to investigate and evaluate challenges from parents, teachers, and members of the public to textbooks and supplementary instructional materials on the grounds that they are educationally unsuitable, pervasively vulgar, or inappropriate to the age, maturity, or grade level of the students. So there are 3 grounds in which they were reviewed, and then we went into those more deeply. First, we talked about pervasively vulgar. Pervasive vulgar requires a level of vulgarity which is more than a singular or isolated phrase. Pervasive vulgarity often includes vulgarity that is unnecessary for the story's themes or narratives. Vulgar language must be viewed within the context of the work. We talked about obscenity and what is the criminal statute for obscenity, and it's right there. Material is obscene if it depicts or describes a patently offensive sexual conduct, average person applying contemporary community standards, material lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value, and the material as used is not protected or privileged under the Constitution of the United States. Continue with obscenity, training. Then we've talked about educational suitability. The second of those grounds for review. Educational suitability examines whether a book is appropriate in the school environment and whether it teaches concepts suitable for a school. This includes an examination of whether the material may cause violence or other issues in the school environment. A nonfiction book, which includes inaccurate or misleading facts, could be removed for not being educationally suitable. Talked about age, maturity, and grade level. Review of the materials may be considered whether material is appropriate based on age, maturity, or grade level. Some materials may be inappropriate until students have had time to mature. Consider whether the material is something to which a student may be exposed based on their age. Exposure could be intentional, unintentional, or through their peers. And then there were other considerations as well that we trained our committees in the process of this review. Does the objectionable material have artistic or literary merit? Does the material have important historical context? Has the material won awards or received significant literary praise? So we trained on the 3 areas in which we are to review. We continue through just some selection of materials. We went through our board policies, our regulations, and so forth. Then the committees began their work. And if Charlie, I'd like to pull up, if we can, one of the reports that came from the committee. I just want to let the public see one of the reports that our committees did. Let's pull up the kite runner. That's just the first one on the list, if you may.
Mike, who helped us develop this template? Just to make sure we make that point.
Yes, it was the template was created by Mr. Schwartz and his legal team in conjunction with the work that we did with him. So, thank you, Charlie. So this is the Moore County Schools District Media and Technology Advisory Committee Challenge Material Report. We wanted to make sure we had consistency in our reporting mechanism, and again, Mr. Schwartz assisted us in the development of this. So this includes a listing of the committee members and what role that they played, whether they're the professional media specialist, the parent, whether they're the building level administrator, teacher, so forth. Then we give the title of the challenge material, the date of the meeting, whether the request was made to remove this for just an individual school or for a grade level or district-wide. We talk about where the material is currently at. Currently, this material is at Pinecrest High School and Union Pines High School. We provide a brief summary of the material, and then whether it's fiction or nonfiction. On the next page, we ensure that the committee understands what the expectations are. Did they examine the material in its entirety, yes or no? Did they consider reviews from professional sources, yes or no? Then they list out what sources they reviewed as a part of that committee, whether it's in the curriculum, how would it affect the curriculum if it is in there? And then we get into those three areas. And so you can see there on the bottom of page 2, educational suitability of the material. Does the material have educational value? And the committee here said, yes, it does. And what are the positive characteristics of the material? And the committee said it shows the result of making the wrong decision and how it hurts others, as well as how someone can come back around to fix it. And they go on from there. There's also a section about what are the negative characteristics of the material. The committee here indicates that there is a depiction of a horrific event, but it isn't repeated throughout the book. The event is brought up to show the horror of the event, and the rest of the book is the journey beyond the incident. It wasn't overly descriptive, and inferences have been made about what happened during the event. Next page, on page 3, would removing the material remove a unique perspective from Moore County Schools? They indicated yes. Based on the characteristics above, is the material educationally suitable? And again, the committee for this particular work indicated yes. Then we went into, according to the form, the second area for grounds of review, and that is the vulgarity of the material. Does the material contain vulgarity? Yes. The committee said, is it suitable for the age range of which the material is intended? And again, they indicated yes. They say the frequency of the vulgarity is rare or only occasional, and it is not pervasive throughout the work. Is the vulgarity necessary or appropriate for the material's purpose? And they said yes. The vulgarity is not pervasive in the text. The event provides a cultural context that propels the remainder of the story. Comments that they put in. That is the second area or grounds for review. Then they went to the third, age, maturity, and grade level for the material. Who is the intended audience of the material? They indicated that it's for high school students. Does the material discuss themes which may be appropriate for certain ages? They indicated yes. They explained that the material, the isolated scenes at the beginning of the book in page 75 and 76, they indicate that the material discusses important themes which may provide value to a student at the age which the material is intended, and they said yes. And then what grade levels is the material appropriate, and they indicated only at high school. And so the committee recommendation is on the last page. Do we keep the material with no restrictions? Yes, no restrictions, but only for students in grades 9 through 12. Only for students in grade 9 through 12, not at the middle school level or the elementary school level. And then the committee's recommendation is based on the following factors. The benefits of this book outweigh the one scene of vulgarity. The book that could be easily be taught in the classroom to help students access some of the material and understand the themes and lessons. The vote was 5-0 for the committee based on the reasoning above, and they submitted the report for the recommendation to the Board of Education for Moore County Schools. Each book was reviewed in the same way, using the same format. I just wanted to lead the board through that and the public through that so that they knew that there was some consistency in the training and what lens these committees were using to look at these books.
Yeah, and one of the things I wanted to do was to say how much we appreciate the hard work of the committee. If you take a look, now, I may disagree with the committee or whatever, that's the board's, it's the board's prerogative, but it's clear that the committee did a lot of hard work, and it's very, very clear that they considered each one of these books separately and in depth. Whether one of the things that when I was practicing law, we would oftentimes get reports. We don't read the report from the back to the front. In other words, we don't say, well, did they approve it or didn't they approve it? And, whatever. We look at the reasoning and the like. But that doesn't mean if we disagree with the reasoning or something like that, that we don't really, really appreciate their hard work in getting us this information. Okay. So with that, are there comments about the books? Let me say one thing, what I would intend to do, if that's okay with the board, at the business session. We're not going to vote on this today, but we're going to vote on it at the business session. I would consider this to be a committee report. As a committee report, it's brought to the board and does not require a second. Okay. And then we would go through each book and vote either to accept the committee report or to reject it and in some other way deal with the book. That could be to remove the book, or that could be to put restrictions on the book, or do something else. That would be the way I would intend to handle this, if that's okay with the board. But with that, are there other comments?
Well, Mr. Chair, I have a question before I think the board says, yeah, we're on board with bringing it forward as a committee report. First of all, what committee was it under?
It's a committee under our policies. Actually,
But it wasn't. It wasn't a board committee. It was.
No,
it was a committee.
You
not a-
talking about that committee?
Yeah, that's not a committee. That's not a report made up of a board committee. I don't think. I mean,
It's not. It is a committee which is in our policies, such as the appeals committee is a committee within our policies. And,
right, but this isn't a committee made up of board members. This was a committee made up of, this is not coming from a board committee. This is just a group of professional educators who was formed. This isn't coming from a board committee.
You're right about that. It's not a board committee.
So I think, I don't know your motivation for doing this weird, doesn't have to require a second. It sounds to me like it's to mitigate, potential board members having to go on the record as I said, when we started this whole process, the end result was going to be none of these books are going to be banned, and it seems like you're trying to absolve elected officials from having to go on the record and second something that they campaigned on, that's against what they campaigned on. I mean, it just seems kind of slimy, actually.
Aren't we going to do this the way we did it before, every individual book?
Yes.
Okay, then I don't understand the committee.
Right.
Well, it is just one way to present it, because we're going to have a motion to do something. We're presented with a committee report, and either we're going to accept that committee report or we're not going to accept the committee report.
You mean that committee?
That committee, right?
Oh, okay.
They were their committee under our policies. They are a committee, okay, and they're
not a board
bringing
committee,
this
though.
to the board.
They're not a board committee.
You're right about that. Okay, they are not a board committee.
Right, so therefore, I don't understand why we don't do this exactly the way we did it 6 months ago when you and everyone else except Ms. Caldwell and I were gung-ho about starting this expensive process of a board member challenging books. So why don't we do it the exact same way that we started this process? You're trying to, when you and 5 of the other board members were all gung-ho. It's like, yeah, let's go on the record. Let's vote. Let's just do this the way we always do it. Now, all of a sudden, when you guys are in the position, as I predicted, where you're going to have to vote to keep these books, now all of a sudden you're trying to change the process, and it's really just to try to do damage control for your constituents. So why don't we just do this the way that we've done every other motion on this board?
First of all we're doing is this is in an orderly manner. And, what we did under Robert's Rules of Order, a committee does not require a second. But
They're not a board committee.
I'll tell you why, just to make it easier. There needs to be a motion on these books.
Well, why doesn't Mr. Holmes, who introduced the motion to ban them, why doesn't he introduce a motion to either endorse or reject the committee report, and then another board member can stand up and either second or reject that motion? That's what we see. That's what, as elected officials, we owe the public. We're going to go on the record, but it seems like you're trying to absolve every one of their, actually raising their, I'm surprised you're not proposing a secret ballot.
You know, I'm just gonna let all that pass, okay? We're just trying to do this in an orderly manner.
So why don't we do
So
it just
what
like
we're-
how
what
we
we're
introduced
actually
it?
arguing over is whether there's a need for a second, and it's silly.
You're the one who
so-
proposed the variation. I'm just saying, let's do it the way we've done every
This
other
is the
vote
way
ever in the
we've
history of
done
this
every
board.
other vote. Okay, but I don't,
This is not the way we've done every other vote.
Mr. Levy, I would just
You
like.
ask for a deviation, then you say
Excuse
it's the
me,
way we've
Miss-
done every
Miss-
vote.
Ms.
Okay,
Bruno
I-
has the floor.
My only request is that we go through each book.
Yes, we intend to.
Because I have comments on each book.
Yeah, but we are gonna
Um,
go through each
I
book.
put a lot of time in this, and I really would like to present it so the community knows what we're doing and why.
Okay, all right. So do you want to present that now?
I don't know what your plans
Well,
are.
my plans are is for us to discuss each book at this point in time.
Okay,
And then, of course, at our business meeting is to have further comments and vote. But this meeting here gives us time and ability to discuss the books in depth.
No.
I think it needs to be discussed.
Okay, all right, so why don't we just go ahead and do that? And we will make sure that at the business meeting, everybody has their say. Okay, but I'll tell you what, let's go through this book by book at this point in time. And let's see
Okay,
if
and can
anybody
we
has a
do it,
discussion.
can
about
we
it.
do it the way we did it before?
Sure,
Okay.
for sure. That's the way I intend to do it. Because it has to be done book by book. From what I understand from
Wait,
council.
Mr. Chair, why wouldn't we do this during the business meeting when the public can attend? It's not during work hours, it's when people are paying attention. This is a very important matter. Many of you all ran on this. I mean, this was the most important thing to Mr. Holmes. I mean, he was like, we got to do this. Everyone was like, we got to do this. Now, all of a sudden, we're trying to bury it in a business meeting where there's one member from the public. There's one member from the public attending.
We're not burying anything in a
Okay.
business meeting.
I do think, though, that we need to do this at our business meeting.
Right.
That's
He's-
fine.
We're just discussing today, and we're
Right.
taking action next week. We're not burying anything.
Right,
We're-
but the public should hear everyone's thoughts and comments when they're paying attention, when, you know, there's more than one. By the way, thank you very much for taking time out of your day to attend.
Well,
Uh,
we're live streamed right now, and they would have the same opportunity next week to listen as they do now. But actually, if we go over it twice, they have more opportunity to hear what it is that how we
Oh,
stand.
I'm good. If we go, if Pauline wants to make her comments during the business
Oh, I
meeting
do.
too, good.
I
then
do.
Good, then,
She's free to make
so
her
we're gonna do
comments
it
at the
both
business
times, right?
meeting as well as this meeting, okay? This is our work session. So I'm opening this up for comments that people have. We've got, I wanted to do it book by book, okay? And I can do that here and at the business meeting.
Okay, that's
It-
fine.
It doesn't matter.
Thank
But we
you.
seem to have more time and more leeway here. So, and we use these work sessions sort of sharpen our thoughts on the books. So let me do it this way. Does anyone have a comment on, let me go through these books.
Mr. Levy, it would be
Yeah.
helpful if I read out the book, the first one
Yeah,
you're
right.
speaking
Why don't
of,
you read out the
with
first book?
with the
Yes.
recommendation of the committee on the front end, so that is in the public record as well.
Yes, well, why don't you do that?
Okay, the first book is The Kite Runner. It's written by Khaled Hosseini. It's currently at Union Pines High School and Pinecrest High School. The committee's recommendation is to limit it to grades 9 through 12 only, with no other restrictions, and that was adopted by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. Does anyone have any comments on that book?
I have to agree with the, I agree with the committee on this. I did not reread this. I read it several years ago. It gives a great history of different countries, of their cultures, of what's done and believed in different cultures. And it should be limited to high school. There's some pretty graphic scenes in it, but I think the historical aspect of it and the cultural aspect of it is worth reading. I do.
Okay. Other comments on that particular book?
So just to clarify, what I had challenged in there, the quotes were, "What a tight little sugary cunt she had," and that says buttocks muscles clenching, his hips thrusting back and forth. I think that's just too much.
Philip, most of these books have maybe one sentence in them that I don't understand why an author who is writing a wonderful book needs to put that particular sentence in. But what I've read, it's limited. It's very limited. And we are dealing with adults in high school. These kids know everything. And I talk to my grandchildren. They can teach me. And actually, they knew some of the books. I don't think that's enough.
I'm just one person, and I'm just voicing my
No,
concern.
and I get it, and I think that that's wonderful because I think this is something that we have to stay ahead of. I think it's something we need to observe because in today's world, they're just, anything can be said. And we're an educational institution, and I don't believe that we need to accept everything. But in this case, I think that the good far outweighs the bad in this book.
And I do commend the central office staff that we're not going to be doing bulk book orders anymore.
I agree.
And I think that's very, very, very important.
The bulk book order issue was resolved about over a year ago. That's not a recent development. Just so the public knows, many of these books, how they got into our libraries, was looked into well over a year ago, and it was determined that the vast majority of the books got into our libraries via purchases from the Scholastic bulk books, where, hey, I've got $10,000 to spend. Scholastic book. By the way, everyone remembers, audience member, you remember when we were growing up, Pauline? And we'd go to the Scholastic Book Fair, and we'd get Curious George, or we'd get, now Scholastic Books ships you Crank and George and stuff. So anyway, so it turned out that our media specialists, rather than going through and actually, book by book, determining the books on the merits and selecting them, they would just say, hey, I've got $5,000, I've got $10,000, send me a bulk, and send me books, and that was called a bulk book purchase. And Dr. Locklear, the superintendent, put a stop to that well over a year ago, and that was known by this committee. This committee knew, at least the members who were on the board previously, that would be Ms. Caldwell, Mr. Holmes, Mr. Levy, and myself. We knew that was stopped. But yes, it has stopped.
I also think that Scholastic is not the company that gave out when we were young.
Right.
Scholastic was wonderful when we
Correct.
went to school.
Right.
I don't believe it's the same company.
Correct. It's been yet another organization has been hijacked.
Yes,
and
it has
their own
been.
agenda stuff.
And I think Scholastic has to be watched.
All right. Other comments on that first book, Kite Runner? Yes, ma'am.
I will make a comment, but my comment's going to be for all of them. So if I just make one general comment for all the books, just so I'm not repeating myself for each of these, I wanted just to let everyone know that I did not read these books, and I did that purposely because we have a committee that is designed to look at them. They are parents, educators, teachers, staff, community members, and children, but I believe the children backed out of that, correct?
We had no students
Yes.
involved. We tried.
So anyhow, my point is that I did not read these, and that's because in my opinion doesn't matter. What matters is the process that they did, the facts about it, and the process that they just went over earlier. That's what matters. I can totally think of it a different way, and I may not like some of the stuff that's in these books, but that's just my opinion. It shouldn't be for the whole entire county. So I stand by with what the committee proposes on each and every one of these books, and because I trust in the educators and what they believe and what they said. So that's all I wanted to say about that.
Okay. Further comments on that book? Okay. Let's move on to the next book, Eleanor and Park.
I think it's the Bluest Eye.
Is it Bluest Eye? I'm sorry, yes, you're
Yes, the
correct.
Bluest Eye,
I'm
written
sorry.
by, yes, the Bluest Eye, written by Toni Morrison. It's at Union Ponds High School, and the committee said limited to grades 9 through 12 only, with no restrictions, and that was by a 5-0 vote.
Okay. Want to comment on that?
Yes, I was a little disappointed in this. Actually, the book could have been absolutely wonderful. The ideas behind it were wonderful. But there was really explicit scenes in this. Two sisters, Frida and Claudia, and a girl named Piccola. And Piccola just wants to disappear. She has no self-confidence. Nobody notices her. Nobody ever does anything with her. She has no friends. She's alone. And she thinks that all her problems will be solved if she only had blue eyes. And that's really the theme of the whole book, is her trying to get blue eyes. But she gets raped by her father. The sex scenes are extremely explicit. It is for high school only. I don't know. I just don't know which way to vote on that one.
One of the things that, so I'll get my 2 cents in, is that I do look at these books differently, in each particular book differently. I would normally vote to remove this book because I don't think it has any place in school. That having been said, it was one of those books that's on the AP Literature list. So it's a question. I don't know either. Okay. Because I certainly want to make sure that our AP students get the books that they need on the one hand, but on the other hand, I think it's a terribly disgusting book.
If I can add some comment
Yes.
on that, that's a great question and insight about it being on the AP reading list. Do take obviously AP assessments, and that there may be an excerpt from the book in that assessment, but you would not need any prior knowledge to be able to complete the assessment, if that makes sense. And
So you don't have to read the book for
You don't have
AP?
to read the book ahead of time to be prepared for the AP assessment. It's just that they use an excerpt of the book on the test, on the assessment.
The book was extremely well written.
Yeah.
Okay.
It really was. And there's 5 pages that are just full. Page 130, 147, 148, 161, 162, 163. So in this book, we're not talking about one sentence. But it's high school, and like I said, they're adults.
And I guess my feeling is that we can teach kids, once again, we're questioning this as educationally appropriate and as a teaching tool. Okay, because all of our books and all of our libraries are teaching tools. Okay, and can we teach them the skills that they need to know, at least through high school? Without that, I don't know.
How do I say this? The book is very, very well written. The descriptions are terrific. She speaks about the culture and the way families do things and the way people perceive other people, and why aren't we're watching something happening and we're sitting back and we're doing absolutely nothing about it. And in that way, I think the book is so excellent. I can see it in an AP class. I really can, if it just weren't for those 5 pages.
Okay.
But we are dealing with adults.
Okay. So you feel that we probably should keep it?
I think we should keep it, yes.
Okay. Other comments on that book?
I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
I think that it really doesn't matter the content of the book. I think that what matters is, as I stated when I started this process, is that under current case law, and everybody who was on the board prior to this last election, so Holmes, Caldwell, myself, and Levy, all knew, because we went through this with George, that it is impossible to ban a book at the high school level. I knew that. Caldwell knew that. Levy knew that. Stacy and I tried to tell the board members before we went to this expense, wasting the staff time, before we did this whole thing. I knew that, Levy knew that, and Caldwell knew that. So it really doesn't matter, oh, these 2 pages, this passage, that passage. It is legally impossible to get rid of books. And I tried to warn this board. And you go back and watch the meeting where this board voted 5-2 to go down this path. I tried to warn you, and Caldwell tried to warn you. And in spite of that, we spent the taxpayer money. We wasted the administrator's time. We had wasted teachers' time. We wasted media specialists' time. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what this passage says or that passage says. We're going to vote to comply with the law, and it is impossible to ban a book, to get rid of a book at the high school level. And that's the fact. So it really doesn't matter.
Excuse me, but I disagree with what you're saying. We could ban these books. There are a lot of things in here that don't belong in a school. We actually could, and I think we owe it to the public. I mean, the public was screaming about these books. Sure, they didn't read them. They actually didn't know, but the public was screaming. I think this is I think this is a service to the community, that we took the interest, we read these books. Okay, if we pass it, we pass it. But I still think it was a service to them that we personally looked into these, and we just didn't let it go.
And that's fine. We'll see what the votes are next Monday.
All right. Let's, any further questions on these books? On these books, excuse me, on that particular book? Your next book.
The next book is Eleanor and Park. It's written by Rainbow Rowell. It's at Union Pines High School. The committee limited it to grades 9 through 12 with no restrictions, and that was adopted by a 5-0 vote.
Okay. I'm very concerned about this book, but I'll let Ms. Bruno talk first.
Okay. In my opinion, this book started off as a very nice teenage story. It was lovely. You really got involved with the characters. It was nice to see the budding relationship, you know, based on books, based on a common interest between this boy and this girl. then at the end, it got really disgusting. The language was disgusting. But but it's only the very end of the book. So is it pervasively vulgar from beginning to end? No, it is not. It's vulgar for about 3 pages. That's it.
It's interesting. The committee found this to be pervasively vulgar. Am I correct on that? Yeah.
I don't see where it is pervasively
Well, that's
vulgar.
one of the reasons, one of the more interesting things. That's the reasons why we're the authority. And, you know, you don't take the committee.
Would
point
you
blank.
read it out loud to a class? No. Does it contribute anything? No, it's a story. That's it. It's not like The Bluest Eye.
Am I correct on that?
Oh, I'm sorry, you got it up. Thank you, Charlie. They have it as common and pervasive throughout the vulgarity is pervasive throughout the work, but it still is appropriate for the
Yeah.
age group.
If
It's
one
in
of
the context of the book. The
one of the
vulgarity is part of
legal-
the context of the book.
one of our legal abilities is to look at something as being pervasively vulgar. And we could, I don't use the word ban because we don't ban books. What we do is we remove them from our shelves, but they're certainly available in public libraries and the like. The term ban a book is something I don't like.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Mr. Chair. If I use the word ban, I meant remove because I understand the difference. And if this committee votes to remove a book, it's not banning it, it's removing it. So if I use the word ban, I use that incorrectly. I will certainly
But it-
concede that.
Whatever.
There is absolutely nothing educational about this book. Nothing.
And the other ability of us to remove a book is if it's educationally inappropriate, I believe is the phrase that's used. So my feeling is I'll probably vote. I think I'll vote to remove this particular book, but that's just my opinion. Anybody else? Okay. Hearing.
The next book is The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian. It's written by Sherman Alexie. It's currently at Union Pines High School and Cranes Creek Middle School. The committee does recommend limiting it to grades 9 through 12 with no restrictions. That would remove it from Cranes Creek. That was adopted by a 5-0 vote.
And this is an interesting thing. This is one of the reasons why we might adopt the committee reports in each one in a particular book, because the committee, in fact, recommended to take it out of the junior high or the middle school and put it into only high school, which shows that there's actually some good value in having these things reviewed. But anyway, I'll let anyone.
Okay, I have to tell you that I absolutely loved this book. I thought this book was phenomenal. It had one sentence in it that absolutely didn't belong there. It mentioned masturbation once or twice, but this story, and it's about a young boy who lives on a reservation, and he's watching his family, friends, neighbors, people on the reservation drinking, becoming alcoholics, committing suicide, and he makes up his mind that this is not going to happen to him. So he goes to a public school 22 miles off the reservation, and his dad usually drives him in the morning, but coming home, he either hitchhikes or he walks. And I just want to read this page to you. But somehow or another, Indians have forgotten that reservations were meant to be death camps. I wept because I was the only one who was brave and crazy enough to leave the res. I was the only one with enough arrogance. I wept and wept because I knew that I was never going to drink, and because I was never going to kill myself, and because I was going to have a better life out in the white world. I realized I might be a lonely Indian boy, but it was not alone. But I was not alone in my loneliness. There were millions of other Americans who left their birthplaces in search of a dream. I realized that, sure, I was a Spokane Indian. I belonged to that tribe, but I also belonged to the tribe of American immigrants and to a tribe of basketball players. He played basketball. And to the tribe of bookworms. He really studied hard. He played basketball, he was a cartoonist, and he had a best friend. When he left the reservation, he no longer had a best friend. He didn't belong in the public school, and he no longer belonged on the reservation. But he was determined, absolutely determined, that he was going to have a good life. This message to our kids is phenomenal. You work hard, you do what you can to improve your life. No excuses. I loved the book.
Okay. Further comments on this particular book?
That's a keep vote. My favorite. I loved it. And it had one terrible, terrible sentence in it.
Okay.
My opinion only.
Okay. Further comments on that book? All right. One of the things I'm noticing here is that it is 12:30. Okay. My intention would be to do what the board wants to do. Do you want to break or for lunch, or do you want to keep on pushing through these books?
Yeah, let's finish this.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we started less than 2 hours ago. I
No,
hope
that's-
everyone
that's
ate
fine.
before they came
All
here.
right. So nobody needs a break at this point. Okay, all right. So let's go with the next book.
Next book is 13 Reasons Why, written by Jay Asher. It's at Union Pines High School and at West Pond Middle School. The recommendation of the committee was that grades 9 through 12 with no restrictions, and also available at 6 through 8, but parent permission is required.
Mm-hmm.
So another restriction of the committee. You know, one of the more interesting things about the committee reports that I did find out is that the committee didn't necessarily say, well, just keep the books. The committee said, no, let's get this book only with parent permission, or let's do this. So one of the more worthwhile things about going through this process is that we are getting some of these what I would call appropriate restrictions on at least some of the books.
So if I could chime in here, Mr. Chair, the thing that struck me is that the committee's made up of educational professionals and members of the public, and parents so far have voted unanimously not to have a single book removed.
We as a Board of Education have a responsibility to either agree or disagree with that based on the facts. And sometimes we might disagree, and that happens. Yeah.
Right, yeah, and by the way, on a process, well, I guess we can modify, I guess we can make motions to modify during the business meeting, but a very important fact is, as Ms. Caldwell, Mr. Levy, Mr. Holmes, and myself knew going into this, because we were briefed this same thing, and we got this advice in open session during the book, George, is there's very different standards of challenging and removing materials at the high school level as there are at the middle and elementary school levels. And as I stated earlier, it is legally virtually impossible to remove materials at the high school level. That's not true at the middle school and elementary school level. And my objection to this, if you go back 6 months ago, was that most of these books that were challenged by board member Holmes, most of them resided solely at the high school level. And I even said that 6 months ago. I said, look, most of these books are being challenged at the high school level and they're not going anywhere. So my suggestion is, and I will probably do this, is when we get to the business meeting, that we, for example, this book, it's very easy to remove a book at the middle school level, and here's a case where, this book may very well not be appropriate for middle school, and we might vote to remove it at the middle school. So we should be prepared to separate these recommendations based upon grade level.
Well, the only thing that, what's going to happen is you'll look at the committee report, and in the case of part-time Indian, if you agree with the committee report, you'll vote to accept the committee report. If you want to amend it, then you amend it. But all you have to do in the terms of this is just accept the committee report. That's all you have to do. Okay. Any other comments on this particular book?
Unless you wanted it removed at the middle school, not just restrictions placed on it, because that would be a viable course of action.
You
too,
can
right?
you can amend the motion. That's one of the great things about accepting the committee as a proposal, affecting no need for a second and the like, which is Robert's rules, is that you can then amend the proposal if you wish. Say you wanted to, I don't know, you want to do something else with it? Make an amendment. The amendment does require a second, I might add. Okay. All right. Next book. Yes, sir.
Sure. The next book is Speak. It's written by Lori Halsey.
No, we 13 Reasons Why. We didn't do that.
And we just did 13 Reasons Why. Oh, they haven't discussed it yet. You haven't discussed 13 Reasons Why yet?
Okay. Can I discuss it now?
It's up to Mr. Levy.
Mr. Levy, can I just give my little 2 cents about
Please.
this?
Please.
Okay. Actually, 13 Reasons Why, a lot of the kids are very familiar with it because it's become a saying with them now. And my 13th reason why I don't want to go to the football game is, and I didn't know that. But this is a book about how cruel rumors can be. And we have a high school junior, Hannah Baker. She commits suicide. But before she does it, she records her voice onto 7 audio tapes, packs them into a shoebox, and mails them to the first boy who ever kissed her. It is his job to listen and then pass the tapes on to the rest of the list. There are 13 people who have contributed to her suicide, or so she believed. The idea behind it is really good. I really don't know if I would even allow somebody in 6th to 8th to read this book. But as for high school, there's I think that this is part of life, and it makes people realize how cruel people could be, how terrible rumors are, and what the way they can build and destroy people.
So that's a keeper. I guess.
Yeah, but I think I may vote for it, even with parent permission. I don't think anybody in grades 6 to 8 needs to read this.
So you would restrict this 13 Reasons Why to grades 6 through 8.
Oh, it is in middle school.
Yeah.
It's currently at West Pine, but the committee's recommendation for 13 Reasons Why was grades 9 through 12 with no restrictions, and grades 6 through 8 with parent permission only.
Only, okay.
Well, we can think about that. Okay. Any other comments on that particular book? Your next book.
Now we're at Speak, written by Lori Halsey Anderson. It's at Union Pines High School Committee's recommendation. Grades 8 through 12, with no restrictions. That was adopted by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, this is about a girl who is beginning high school, and the social hierarchy at the school is very evident. She's having a really, really tough time. She's an outcast. She's very depressed. The pain in the book is palpable because this girl has no one to turn to. I loved this book. The Indian one was my first. This one was my second. I think this book is, the girl was raped by a fellow classmate who is naturally a big star, and everybody loves him, and he's popular. And she has absolutely nobody to tell about what he did to her. I think this book is needed by both boys and girls, because if something happens like this, they need to speak up. They need to go to somebody. They need to speak up. I thought this book was terrific.
I want to comment on that book. There's no vulgarity, and I think the subject matter is very necessary.
Important.
Very necessary and very important. And that's the one book I actually thought was a good idea.
Yeah,
To have in our
I
schools.
really, really liked it. I thought it was very well done. And the rape scene was kind of, you imagine it.
Yeah, but it's certainly something that our students need to be aware of. Okay. Anybody else? Next book.
Certainly. Looking for Alaska by John Green. It's at currently at Union Pines High School and Cranes Creek Middle School. Committee recommends that grades 9 through 12, no restrictions, and grades 7 and 8 with parent permission required.
Yeah.
Adopted by 5-0 vote.
All right. Want to talk about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have a procedural question. Dr. Metcalf, I have a question. I have a couple questions for you. So, I am legitimately curious. Well, it's a two-part question. So, do we currently have materials in Moore County schools that require parental permission in our media centers to check out? And two, what's the requirements? Does it place some sort of burden on our media specialists, or is it something they routinely do?
We do have materials. I'll actually ask Ms. Gephardt to answer that question. She would know that process better, and they are accustomed to doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Specifically with our K-8 schools, many times they will have books that they will have on a back shelf. So these books that we're saying with parental permission, they are kept in the back. So the student would have to bring, in this case, a written letter. Then the media specialist would verify with that parent. But they do have several books that they do have that they have purchased, that they do feel as a committee, because remember, each school has a media technology committee. Sometimes it's also with the school improvement team. They will often say, this is a great book for our population, but let's limit it to 8th grade kids. Some of that is so that they can have books for that continuum, so that they're not all read up by the time kids are in 8th grade.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, Looking for Alaska, there's nothing educational about this. The only thing that I really liked about this book was that the character is fascinated by people's last words on their deathbed. And throughout the whole book, they would mention famous people and quote their last words, which I thought was fascinating. But there's absolutely nothing about this book. The main message of the book is how one person can so desperately affect someone else's life. This book, since 2015, only 8 people have taken the book out of the library. It's about a boy who goes to boarding school, and he has his first drink, his first prank, his first friend, and his first girlfriend. It's, as far as I was concerned, it's just a story. There's nothing to it. No educational value whatsoever, except for learning what, like, Mark Twain's last words were, or I found that really interesting.
So
Further-
what were Mark Twain's last words?
I don't
leave us
remember.
hanging.
He had Henry Ford's a Mark. I mean, he must have had 30 people in there, their last words.
Yeah. Further comments on these books, on that book, excuse me. Yeah, go ahead, your next book.
Yes, I think we're at Crank with Ellen Hopkins.
Yeah,
which
this
is
one.
correct, is at Union Pines High School. It's also at High Falls, K-8. The committee's recommendation is grades 9 through 12 with no restrictions, 8th grade only with parent permission required.
Go ahead, you go first, and then I'm gonna.
This book is all about a young girl and taking drugs, which she calls the monster. The whole entire book is drugs. It's written in really odd shapes. Sometimes it's a Valentine's shape. Sometimes it's a square. Sometimes it goes up and down. I think that must mean that she's hallucinating. It was a very difficult book to read. I would never recommend this for anybody below high school. I just thought it was awful.
My feeling about this book is I am going to vote to remove it. As much time and energy as we spend on drugs and telling people how bad it is, this in effect glorifies it.
It does glorify it.
And one of the things that the committee noticed is that there's no remorse in the book, or I don't want to call it remorse, or consequences. I think that's what the committee said about taking drugs. And it's written in a manner, when you go through the book, as if you get a drug experience on the book. And I think that can only encourage kids to take drugs. I see absolutely no educational value in it.
I don't
And
either.
I intend to vote to remove it, and I'll go up against anything that says you can't, because I believe you can remove stuff from high school, and especially when it comes to the glorification of drugs. And that's just my
Well,
feeling about it.
She took so many drugs and she was she never got sick from it. She never got any kind of reaction. It was just all okay to do it. That there was nothing that ever happened to her.
And one of the things that we do know is that high school kids through a Promise program can go to the college library, and they can get such books if that's part of that college curriculum. But so far as high school curriculum is concerned, and high school kids, this book is not only bad news. I think it's not only has no educational value, it's contrary to our educational goals. So I will vote to remove this book. Any further comments? Okay. Next.
Yes, this is the final book that was reviewed. It's called The City of Heavenly Fire, The Mortal Instruments. It's written by Cassandra Clare. It's at Union Pines High School, Northmore High School, New Century Middle School, and Cranes Creek Middle School. Committee recommended that grades 6 through 12 with no restrictions. That was a 5-0 vote.
Any further comment on that?
I cannot give an opinion on this book. I didn't read it. I tried. I got to about page 40. It's the sixth book it's the sixth book of a 6-book series. Unless you read the first 5 books, I couldn't understand it. I don't know how anybody else is going to. I stopped at around page 45.
Notice that that the committee found that sexuality, I think this is correct, yes, sexuality was not a theme, that the description was not descriptive, explicit, or vulgar, so that's important to me. So overall, I think the committee's work was extremely important because I think it gives us a lot of guidance. I'm really happy we did this. And I'm happy, Mr. Holmes, that you proposed that we did it. Now, it may differ with exactly what you would want. We all differ somehow with each other on a lot of things. But it's certainly important that we got the committee working on this and getting this certainly out of some middle schools, some of this stuff, and I think it was certainly worth it. If I hope we can get a majority in getting the word crank, getting this book crank out of our school stacks.
I would like to thank Philip too, because I think this is something that brings it to light. What's available for our children in our libraries. I think this was a really important project to do.
Yeah, and one of the things I hope the public understands is that a lot of the books that they see on TV, we don't have them.
That's
so
right.
It wasn't in our stack of books. Okay, that's also a very educational thing. So the books such as Gender Queer and stuff like that, Lawn Boy and things like that, that's not what we're considering. We're considering a group of books that some of them, I'm glad, well, at least one of them, I'm glad we have. On the others, I think the committee did a wonderful job guiding us and guiding the school system in telling us where they should not be. And I hope that we'll disagree with the committee on crank. Okay, anything else?
I have a couple of questions for Dr. Metcalf.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh.
First of all, you must have spent a lot of time reading all these books.
But I love to read it.
Yeah.
I didn't vote on anything unless I knew what I was talking about.
Right. So, Dr. Metcalf, these committee meetings, are there minutes of the meetings?
There are minutes of the meetings. These were, yes, sir, there are minutes of the meetings, and the documents act as those minutes.
Okay. The minutes say who attended and the duration of the meetings and all that?
I think it has a start time, Donna. It has a start time and an end time.
Yeah, can we take a look at these?
That's not the minutes report. That's our report from the thing that Tracy took.
We took separate minutes, right? They are available. I have to go back and find them for you, Mr.
Okay. Yes, sir, if you would, because I would like a couple things. I would like to know, I want to know how many man-hours were spent on this by Moore County school employees and parents and other people. So if I could get either copies of the minutes, and I'll do it myself, or if I could get I'd prefer to have a summary report showing broken down by faculty, staff, and parents, the number of man-hours spent on this, the number of people involved, and a list of meetings, their durations, and who was attending, And finally, I'd like to know what our cost in legal fees for this was. Because I know that Schwartz Law Firm spent quite a bit of time, well, you
Sure,
saw,
there-
you saw
there-
things.
a-
that they
As
prepared.
I think I reported out at the last meeting, I think you asked a similar question, or a board member did, and I reported that out. Hard for me to be very specific, but I can certainly try to go back and pull that together, but.
I'm sorry,
uh,
are you referring to the legal fees, or are you referring to?
All the legal fees I can get from Mr. Schwartz, but there were some legal fees. Obviously, he put those documents together, he put the training. There was some costs in terms of the purchase of the books. We needed additional costs of the books. There's about $700 there. There was a good amount of time of a number of different people in different roles with different salary structures that were involved in the preparation and the management. That includes myself, includes Donna, includes some others. We had to recruit teachers, parents, others to be a part of it. In some cases, we had principals who were part of the process to recruit people to be a part of it, so there was some time on their end that went into it. There's setup, there's coordination of the meetings. I think every meeting had 5 members to it, and so it's the time to come to the district offices, the education center, to do the initial training, and then they did their meetings following that. There's the reading of the book, depending on the
Well,
book.
sure,
There's
look, I
different,
mean,
there's
look at-
different,
look-
there's
look at
different
this.
times, and that could.
This is easily, what, you got 20 hours into reading these, 30 hours? I mean,
And of course, we-
Shannon, how long did it take you to read all these books?
I still have 2 to finish, so I'm still working on, but yeah, I mean, it's.
Right, so
if you
6
break it up,
months,
there's-
it's
yeah.
taking you, I mean,
Of
not
course,
that you
we
Yeah, I
worked
di- I
out.
didn't
had
start
different
quite
teams
6
working.
months ago.
Nobody read all the books like Ms. Bruno
Mhm.
did.
I did think
and Ms.
about that,
Davis
that we
did.
had all, Ms.
You had
Bruno
to-
and I
you
had
had to read
all
all
of them.
9 books.
Yeah, we did.
They didn't have, the person reading the science fiction there at the end only had to do 1 book. We didn't
So-
have them do 2.
So, Dr.
So
Metcalf,
there's different times for this. So it would be difficult for me to come up with a firm number for you, but I could try to work on that.
well,
Yes.
we can certainly take the minutes, the duration of the meetings, and multiply that times the number of attendees, and then estimate the amount of time it takes to read a book. And you can even add in how long it took you to comply with my request. If it takes you an hour, just add that in there
I
too.
sure will. The meetings were about 90 minutes. Average time was what I had in my notes, about 90 minutes, and the training was about 2 hours.
Well, and then there's travel time, I'm sure all these people didn't, they came from different areas.
The
and
meetings
had to
were
travel.
virtual. We did the
Oh,
meetings. It was a
okay, that's good.
virtual meeting, but a training was not. They did have to travel in for the training, and so there's a great amount of time there. So there's a lot of different variables. People's salaries are different. There's just a number of different variables to come up with a explicit cost, but I do think there's a great cost in time and energy, and financially as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mike, were you at all these meetings?
I did not go to all these meetings purposely. I didn't read the books, and it wasn't part of my role. Was to manage this from above.
Okay.
Donna provided great assistance to me, and we did have administrative support at every one of those meetings to keep notes and what have you.
My question is, at these meetings, was everybody always unanimous, or was there like a convincing, like
Yeah.
a jury, like you discuss things
There was
back and forth?
there was great discussion, and Donna maybe wants to jump in here too, because she did lead one group of them. But there was discussion, pushback, back and forth. But in most cases, there was very much a unanimous kind of discussion that went on.
Okay, at the
but there
end,
was,
but
right,
in the
sure.
in the beginning of the meetings?
This
did
was
people-
not a rubber stamp process.
Okay, that's what I want to
They
know.
really, they took the time to read the books in completion.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you can see from the reports that they did, they took that very seriously, and there was great discussion. Donna, do you want to comment on your committee's work, just your committee?
And I also took notes for all the other committees. There was a lot of discussion. It was not, I think none of us came to the table with our minds made up, and we deliberated back and forth, and somebody might say, well, go to page 42. It was very much like a book study.
Okay.
Because we were going to look at specific passages in the book. We were looking at specific statements in the book. So there was a lot of conversation, but in the end, again, in the end, it was, when you get to that last section, as a leader, the team leads would sort of say, okay, we have to really make the best decision for these texts. And that's where you got in. And even then it was, well, I think 8th grade only, we're not gonna do this 6th through 8th. So it was very, very dynamic discussion.
Thank you.
Others?
I had a question for Dr. Locklear. If you can just ask Mr. Swartz, maybe come up with something of what our repercussions are if the board does decide to remove a book
Yes, ma'am.
through the high school level.
Yes, ma'am. I'll certainly note that to him, and it may be something that
So
needs
he's
to be
prepared.
attorney-client privilege discussion. But I'll certainly note that to him, and I'll let him know that's a question from the board.
I do have 2 questions. One is a bit hypothetical, which if you don't have an answer, I do understand. I'll wait for that one. Mr. Hensley asked about if a book is put on a restricted list and the parent fills out a paper requesting to let their child come. Do we know how often that might be happening? And is it possible that Susie Q wants to read the book, but her mama won't let her, so she has Jim Bob,
Write
whose
the note.
parents will let them
Write the note.
write the note.
Yeah.
Does that happen, or are we aware of that happening?
I can say that, I can't tell you that doesn't happen.
Sure, okay.
But I would say that in most cases, our media specialists are contacting the parent.
Oh, perfect.
good.
That's
Yeah.
okay. That's
That's part of the process, is we want to ensure that there's no, I'm in the
Very
back room
good.
writing the note and you hand it. And
Okay.
so they're contacting the parent saying, your child is interested in this particular book. This is what the content of the book is. Are you comfortable with your child reading Crank at
Okay.
High Falls? Is a prime example there where the media specialist has verbal contact with
that's
the,
great. No, that's
and I would also say that just in my conversations, it's we don't have a mass number. I think you said
I
the
wouldn't
8
think
students. We
so.
don't have
Yeah.
this mass number
I
of people
understand.
requesting. It really is available for those students who might have a particular interest in a particular book, and then we go through the parent.
sure. Yeah, I don't see that our students are rushing to the library to
Yeah.
try to know. I don't think that's the issue. This is the hypothetical question that I have for you, Ms. Gebhardt or Dr. Metcalf. Do you believe that our committee felt like they had the freedom to recommend that a book would be removed from our libraries?
I was really proud of our committees. I think that they had great courage to participate,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that they felt empowered to bring their honest opinion to the table.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I think that if they felt like they needed to, that the book should be pulled
Mm-hmm.
from the high school or from the middle school, they would voice that. I
Okay.
think they would share that. I don't think there's anything that indicates to me
I don't.
that
I
there
don't.
was a level of uncomfortableness
No, no, no.
or, and
I
I know
don't
you're
mean
not
to,
saying
yeah, I
that.
don't mean to
I
interrupt
just-
you, but that's not what I mean.
uncomfortableness or pressure or that they felt like they couldn't. I think that they did an outstanding work. I know you do too.
I do.
I think they did outstanding work, and I think they felt perfectly comfortable bringing their opinions forward.
Do you think their opinions were shaped, though, by what they were able to do, is what my question is. And again, that is a hypothetical question, but with the way that the laws are written and the way that I don't have it right here. The way that our policy reads and the way that laws are written may prevent them from being able to have the freedom to take that step because of the way it's written. Again, a hypothetical, I don't expect you to
I'm not
necessarily
sure,
answer.
but I do think that they were very interested in the training.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were appreciative again of the training
Sure.
and the different grounds in which we can review the books and that can be challenged. Those areas that we discussed earlier, and I think when you review what they did here, they took that seriously in
Oh,
the
I
sense
see that they
that
did.
they looked at it
Mhm.
from that lens.
Mm-hmm.
So there may be books that a parent or a staff member would go, I wouldn't want my child necessarily reading that, but I
Mhm.
don't think it reaches the level based on the training that we received on the grounds of removal
Mhm.
that I'm comfortable saying that we have to remove it. That's where, I appreciate the fact that they came back in some cases and said, appropriate for 9/12, not appropriate for 6th, 7th, and 8th. Or there's another situation where they go, I'd leave it in the middle school, but only for 8th grade. You know, it would have to be the older students. That to me is a sign of them really taking their job seriously and
Oh,
looking at it through
absolutely.
that multiple angles. And I know you're saying that too. So, yes, I think they were comfortable, and I think the training helped them to look at it through the lens of what they can and can't do.
Okay, thank you.
Could we review what the committee said about the bluest eye? Do we have that here?
I actually have it in my notes. Well, you can go pull it up.
Yes, I'm going to ask Donna to review that if I can, Donna. I think you were a part of that committee.
The committee, there was a lot of discussion about this book, but the committee really felt like a strength of this was the positive, the fact that it was done from a perspective of people of color, and that the committee really, as they had conversation, that perspective of the time period was a time period that the material reflected accuracy of the early 1940s. So as they had a lot of conversation, it was about the historical, and several folks on the committee made the comment of the historical relevancy of that text, related it to the fact that that was very much of the historical perspective at that time. It did offer an insight that is often overlooked, and there's stories that are not told. Some negative comments were there were some explicit scenes, as you mentioned. Very sad book to some extent of the feeling of the characters and how they portrayed, and how the even from a maternal perspective, of several folks commented on that maternal perspective of didn't even feel like their own mother cared about them, and that was a sort of theme throughout, a pervasiveness, a lost sense of identity, so to speak. We did talk about some of the scenes being very descriptive. One of the committee members is an AP Lit teacher, and said that this has been something that had been discussed several years back. It is not required reading 4 hours. It was on an excerpt of an AP Lit exam, but we work with our kids because that AP Lit exam is going to pull very often very obscure, an excerpt from that, and they have to respond to it in writing and analyze that through the plot and how the character development is with that excerpt. The committee really had a lot of conversation about the unique perspective, and that was a perspective. I will also say part of the committee from the perspective was it really isn't a book that most high schoolers are going to go check out just because it's a blah-looking book. It had only been checked out one time, and the one time that it had been checked out, it was checked out by a teacher in the district who I'm sure was an AP Lit teacher at that school. But we did feel like we didn't want to remove a piece of text that does explain something with American identity, and very much of a text that does look at a social acceptance issue that was shaped through that individual's experiences. So we just felt like, again, there was a lot of discussion on the committee, a lot of back and forth, a lot of perspective really came into the fact that there is educational value from that perspective of that time period.
Thank you.
Other discussion about this? Okay. Once again, thank you. I believe the time and energy and money, because things cost money, was well spent and well done. And once again, I want to thank Mr. Holmes for bringing these books to our attention. And one of the things that we do is we educate the public as well as our students. And the public wants to know if there are some questionable books. And sometimes we say yes, and sometimes we say no. But that's what they expect of us. So I think it's a great thing that we're doing here, and I understand the problem of the bluest, the bluest eye, and sort of like the color purple. So that kind in that vein. Okay, so I want to try to bring this so that maybe people have a perspective of why we might keep a book that otherwise might not be what we would want. But clearly, I appreciate especially the restrictions that are recommended. So, thank you, Mr. Holmes. Appreciate it. Oh, where you go. All right. It's all right. So, do you want to take a break?
Yes.
All right.
I would, yes.
Okay, yes.
I would ask that from a staff perspective. Thank you.
Then on behalf of the staff, we're going to take a break. What'd you say, half an hour for lunch? or
At the
so?
most, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So we'll be here, what is it? What time is it?
1:35, back to 1:35.
1:35 it is.
Thank you.
Calling us back into session. Moore County Board of Education. Let's go to the next thing we have, which is North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, a restart application. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Stewart back, and also Principal at Elise Middle, Ms. Priest. I want to thank her for being there and her team's work around this idea and this request. But as the board is aware, we currently have 3 restart schools in Moore County: Southern Middle School, Robbins Elementary School, and Aberdeen Elementary School. This term restart school refers to the opportunity for school districts when you have a continuing low-performing school, which means they've been designated as low-performing 2 out of the last 3 years, to apply to be a restart school, which essentially gives that school the practical flexibility of a charter school. And so this is really, now we do have that opportunity for Elise, and so this is really a request, a practical request, if you will, to request to the state of North Carolina that we have that same flexibility for Elise. To give them some opportunities to do some things, innovative things, but as well, it also gives them, because of the budgetary conversions, the opportunity for some additional resources. So I hope I didn't steal all the thunder, Dr. Metcalf, but it does come with my recommendation. There is a timeline that goes with making these requests, and so that's why we're bringing it to the board at this time. Mike?
Yeah, you took everything I had in my little Post-it note to talk about today. Yes, but it does allow us some great flexibility. As you know, the board knows Southern Middle Schools use that, for example, for their calendar adjustments. Aberdeen Elementary School has used some of that flexibility for recruitment of EC staff, exceptional education staff. I think Robbins has done some attendance incentives, and because Elise Middle School has been identified as continually low performing for 2 of the last 3 years, Principal Priest is requesting that she be allowed that same flexibility, which she qualifies, and we ask for you to approve her application to move forward.
We're open to any questions the board may have. Of course, there's the backup materials we provided, just a reminder about what restart is, et cetera, but certainly open to any questions the board may have.
Well, my first question is, the last sentence there says staff will share the restart school application for Elise Middle School. So is that getting shared today?
We certainly can share that. I hand it over.
So I worked with Ms. Stewart, and we worked with our SIT, and we did present to our SIT at the last meeting that we had. And of course, we aligned some of the flexibilities that we would want to use. We aligned it to our current SIT goals. And so one of our first goal, of course, is increasing our grade level proficiency by 10 points. And so you'll see that one of the flexibilities that I have on there is using the budget flexibility to provide learning focused PD to our staff. Currently this year, we're already working on, collaborative pairs, writing, and vocabulary at the school level and the district level. And so the learning focus is provided to us at leadership, and I know that Southern Middle currently uses that as well too. And so that's something that I would like to have that we would like to have as a structure in place to provide to our staff. Also hard to fill bonuses or bonuses for hard to fill positions. Right now our EC, we would like to focus on that as well. I had, 2 of my EC teachers that did resign in October. Currently, we have 2 retired EC teachers in the place, and I'm moving one of our ECTAs to that position. And then we still have 2 retired teachers taking over 1 position. So it's not, it's not permanent. It's just a temporary fix right now. And so, if we had that ability to have a bonus, that could help us recruit the EC staff. And then, of course, we would like to exceed expected growth. That's one of our goals, from 1.3 to 2.01. And so part of that is focusing on our intervention or flex time. We have everybody's involved in that time. So I have science teachers, social studies teachers, encore teachers. Some of them may not have gone to school to help with reading and math. Of course, everybody's a reading teacher, but we know that not everybody, they don't have a structured program or something to help them teach reading and math when they are during that time. So, looking into purchasing an intervention program We're still doing research on what program that would be, but looking into that. And then, of course, we know that building relationships is really important in our school. We're a Capturing Kids' Heart school, and we know that's a foundation, to helping all of our students succeed. And so we already, we're sending some teachers and staff who have not gone in February, but we just don't have the funds to continue to do that. So using some of our Restart funds and the budget flexibility to help send some of the students to Capturing Kids' Heart. And then, of course, our teacher working condition survey, we're taking steps to solve problems. That's our third goal. And then the faculty has an effective process for making group decisions to solve problems. And so we're really heavy focused this year in PLTs in working.
I'm sorry, can we ask questions kind of in line here? Because I think it might have some detailed questions. If we could go back up, please. Thank you. I have some questions on parts of this. Actually, I have questions on most of them. So let's take the first one. Well, first of all, why don't you have budget flexibility to provide learning and professional development?
We do have, we do have the ability to provide for professional development to our staff. And so we have certain days right now that we would provide them, on the optional work days, required work days, after school, all of that time. We do know that, providing professional development to teachers is going to help them, which is overall going to help our students succeed as well.
So how exactly would you use budget flexibility to provide professional development? Are you talking overtime pay or paying?
No, the Learning Focused is a program where we pay people to come in and provide professional development. So we would have to pay them to come in to provide that professional development.
Oh, so Learning Focused is a program.
Yep.
Okay. So
or it's a professional development.
Okay. All right. So my next question's on the second bullet. So do you think that offering hiring bonuses for hard to fill positions would be effective?
I can't speak to that because I haven't done it yet, but I think they've done it at other schools.
Yeah. And Dr. Locklear, do you support all these initiatives? Do you recommend these?
Yes, sir. Aberdeen has been our first Restart school that's done the bonuses, and also giving stipends for staff to support new teachers as they're coming on, specifically in EC. And Mike, you probably could, or Heather could speak to that a little more specifically from an Aberdeen standpoint. But that's part of what they've used some of their budget flexibility for.
The reason I bring it up is I think Commissioner Von Cannon has specifically talked to members of the senior staff about recruiting bonuses for teachers and what kind of got the Heisman on it. Oh, actually, I think he talked to the chair about it and got the Heisman on it. So it's kind of a disconnect if county commissioners are being told that bonuses are unfair and ineffective, but then here we are briefing that we should pay bonuses for hard to fill positions. And I'm sorry, I thought he talked to a member of the senior staff, but in hindsight, it was a conversation he had with the chair.
Got the Heisman?
Yeah, just no, we're not going to do that because it's unfair
By the way, that's not true.
Huh.
As a matter of fact, my opinion is actually just the opposite.
You should, there's probably a misunderstanding between you and Commissioner Von Cannon then.
I think there may be a misunderstanding between you and Commissioner Von Cannon because he asked a question, and the question was, should we do bonuses? And what I said was that was one option. However, we must always consider our existing teachers and the fact that they don't get the bonus. So the teacher that we got last year didn't get a bonus, so that teacher might be a little upset that a new teacher coming in is getting a bonus. So those are things that we have to consider. But as a matter of fact, one of the things that I recently talked to Dr. Locklear about is giving bonuses for hard to fill positions. So I think your information is actually not quite accurate.
Well,
But go ahead.
Oh, okay, actually, that's what I said, is that, again, at first I thought he said it was a senior staff, then I remembered that it was the chair.
was-
And
you're-
my,
you're
I'm sorry, my,
talking about-
I'm sorry, my characterization was that it was stated that it was unfair to the existing teachers, and that's exactly what you said, so we agree. So thank you.
No, what we said was that we have to balance it. It is not necessarily a bad idea. As a matter of fact, it may be a very good idea, but we have to balance it against how the existing teachers feel about it, and have to look at overall compensation as well. So that's-
There's the chair's opinion on bonuses for hard-to-fill positions, because you might have just hired an EC teacher last year, and that person might feel unfair. I don't personally feel the same way, but that's how the chair feels. So, let's see.
Would you like me to add a little bit more about bonus position, the bonus pay at Aberdeen, for example, for the EC positions, and the way in which they went about planning it? It's exactly like you said. You bring it to the school improvement team, you get feedback from your staff and talk it through, and think about what about the existing teachers or the support that's going to be provided as they're coming in. And so her plan that was approved through the superintendent's office was around all of that. How are we recruiting? What's the bonus pay going to look like? What are the stipulations that go with that? And per semester, they're not going to get paid all up front, those kinds of things,
Right.
As well as support being provided to those people. If there was someone already there, what does that look like for that teacher? What opportunities does that have? For Restart as a reform model, the purpose being it's not like the other schools. You're in the reform model to remove the barriers. And one of the pieces for the EC bonus for recruitment is to be able to be competitive with the other schools in our district or in other areas so that we can bring the best teachers to our schools, the best EC teachers.
So let me say this, and I've long been a proponent, and you talk about the Heisman. I think it's time that we start talking about proficiency pay for hard-to-fill positions across the board, because the fact of the matter is, I've heard we can't get math teachers, we can't get math teachers. Well, if you have no, and please, I don't want to offend anyone, but if you have no problem getting English teachers, and you have a problem getting math teachers, and there's a supply and demand misbalance, and you do the supply and demand curve until you get it up. So we really need to look at proficiency pay across the board, because EC teachers, as Pauline will say, are difficult across the board. And just as I've advocated that we need to take a look at our locality pay, because we haven't looked at that since I was on the board. I looked at it when I first got on the board, and we were second only to one county north of us. It's been 5 or 6 years since we've looked at locality pay, and every time I bring it up, I'm told no. But we need to look at locality pay, and we need to look at doing proficiency pay. That's a bit off topic, but I do have a question about conceptually about capturing kids' hearts. And I made this observation, or at least I made a mental note at the Sandhills Community College Board of Trustees meeting last time, in that they keep paying these companies to come in and do training, and they hire a training company to come in and train capturing kids' hearts and this and that. We're in the training business. Why don't we do a train the trainer? How many times do we have to pay an external entity to come in here and teach different schools capturing kids' hearts? Why don't we train Dr. Metcalf, or why don't we train, I'm just kidding. Why don't we train a staff member to be the trainer on this, and let's save taxpayer money? And then that's just a collateral duty of that person, because we continually pay for outside people to come out and do training, and we're in the training business. That's how we did it in the military. We would do train the trainer rather than constantly paying outside people to come in and do stuff that we should train ourselves. So anyway, that's my observation, is that we just keep pouring money into something that I think we should train ourselves. Thank you.
I'm going to hand it back over to Ashley to continue kind of talking through if you have other questions about her plan. And I just want to reiterate that as part of the application, these are aligned to her SMART goal that is approved by the school improvement plan and the flexibilities that she might consider using based on her data. And then it's monitored through the school improvement plan and through the annual report. And part of the flexibilities is that monitoring of what is the impact as we use that. Like you mentioned, the EC pay, did it bring staff? Do we get to keep that staff? How is that impacted and helped our school? And so we'll monitor those through the school improvement plan and progress measures and report on that. And so these are some of the things that she's thinking about using that are already aligned to the work that they know that they need to do. Here you go, Ashley.
I'm sorry, I do have one other question, and that is, when we say budget flexibility, that means we're taking from one pot to another. That doesn't mean that we're getting a whole new pot of money. There might be a little bit of additional money, but we're reallocating resources, right?
It's a conversion through your personnel. So you convert the positions, what's paid by state and what's paid by local, and through that you create that pot. It's not additional monies, it's a
Right, you're reprogramming money. So what you just said in a fancy educrap, no offense, but people watching don't understand the education lingo, so let me translate. So you're eliminating a position and you're taking the money from eliminating that position and you're spending it on something you couldn't normally spend. Is that not correct?
Well, it's more because in the state of North Carolina, as you know, public school budget is complicated.
I understand.
Stuff.
We need to understand.
But our charter, and Tina's not with us. Tina could explain it a lot better than I can.
Yeah.
But basically, we're getting the same budget flexibility that charter schools get, which basically means all the various streams that are connected to that school, we're able to convert them at a dollar amount, not just a position. So that ends up netting the school district additional funds through that conversion. And Tina could get into the nuts and bolts of how that's done. But through that conversion, it ends up netting some additional funds that we then push back out to the restart schools to enable them to use for additional resources, which is why we may have an additional position in a restart school that they've chosen to feel like to impact a certain area, or they bring in additional training or something of that nature. So that's where that additional budget flexibility is
So
referring to.
we're not eliminating any position to do this.
We're not eliminating anything necessarily unless that school decided to repurpose something or do something differently. But not necessarily to gain the money. We're not eliminating anything. It's just a conversion of what we get from the state.
Yeah, the reason I ask is if we were eliminating positions, I want to know what the positions are that we're eliminating because we should look at those positions elsewhere. But if it's just some trickery.
Not eliminating the allotments
So
that are
this is
given to the school.
This is additional money. Okay, thank you.
Yes, through that conversion. Yes, sir. Through that conversion, it's an additional, ends up being additional netted money. Yes.
Okay, and so as I was saying, as goal 3, we're taking steps to solve problems, and the faculty has an effective process. We want to see that improved on the teacher working conditions survey. And so one thing that we've been focusing on this year is PLTs. And that's when our teachers come together to collaborate as a grade level. The thing that's unique and special about Elise Middle is that we only have one subject, one teacher for each subject in grade level. So I only have one 7th grade ELA teacher. I only have one 6th grade math teacher. So usually at a middle school, you have a few teachers. We only have one. So what we really want to do, we're unique in that matter. But we wanted to find a way that we can collaborate well and how can we work together to problem solve and make PLTs the best they can be. And so a group of teachers and I went to a training in November, and we were able, the solution tree training, and we were able, and it was specific to our schools, singleton and small schools. How can you make it work when you're a school full of singletons? And we got some great ideas from it. We met a consultant who we would love to bring in, who would help come to our PLTs to help us, get the best out of it that we can. One thing we learned was focusing on skills right now, since we can't, the content matters, what they're doing matters, but also if we're going to collaborate and work together, we can focus on skills. And one of that is writing. We know how important writing is. All of our PLTs came together this last week. We came up with a common goal of focusing on writing and incorporating writing more into each content area. Whether you teach band, whether you teach PE, whether you teach math, you're going to incorporate writing. And we're going to pull assessments. We're going to come up with a rubric. We're going to make assessments, and we're going to, really hone in on how our writing can help increase our overall proficiency and our overall growth. And so, we'd like to send another teacher leader group to the PLT since we found them so powerful, and then bring that consultant in to help us to make sure our PLTs are the most impactful they can be. And then, like Southern Middle, we would like to use a calendar flexibility to provide half-day planning days to our teachers. We know right now the district is helping us to pay, district is helping us to provide half-day planning days, and the specialists are coming in to help. That also means that teachers are missing out on some instruction time with their students. So we can adjust our schedule if we have that calendar flexibility. And then, of course, using flexibility to pay for subs. So, a group of teachers and I and staff can go and see how other low-performing schools that are unique and small and singleton schools like us, and how they, changed and turned it around. So that's how we would like. These are some ideas that we have on how to truly, use the restart funds and to restart flexibilities if we were granted it. But we, this may or may not all be used at this time, when we go to it. We'd have to actually plan, we'd come together again as SIT, really hone in on what we have and what would be the most impactful for our school.
I have a question, or actually it's more of a comment. Have you guys ever, or maybe it's a question, have you guys ever thought about taking the Restart School leadership, having like a meeting with just the principals of that, and talking with each other and seeing what has worked and what hasn't worked?
And I was lucky to be part of Restart last year when I was at Aberdeen.
Awesome.
So I have an idea of how Restart is already. And so I do know that there's like a planned learning network where we would go to, all the Restart School principals, not just in our county, will meet. They get different professional development. They talk about ideas that are working already and what they're doing at their school. And you can get some different ideas from different schools. And then we also meet as a school district, I believe, right, and get together as well.
Yeah, so I'll add to that. The Professional Learning Network across the state is for the Restart principals and administrators to get ideas and to network and to share. And they're looking at how are we implementing these flexibilities effectively, and what are those outcomes, and what are we learning from that, so that we can share that and kind of get over the pitfalls and see what's evidence-based with the flexibilities. As far as for the district, the principals meet regularly to discuss their plans, share what they've been doing. They meet in leadership, they meet for school improvement team meetings, and then we have a Restart retreat in the spring where we look at the data from the year. We look at the feedback from our school improvement plans and the annual report around flexibilities, and look at our progress toward our goals, and start beginning that planning for next year, and thinking about flexibilities in the spring as we go into summer school improvement planning.
Any other questions?
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. I don't know if I understand this correctly. I just have trouble with constantly going outside to bring consultants, experts in. When I was at Cranes Creek, I saw the absolute best professional learning teams I've ever seen. Why can't we take some of our own expertise instead of trusting and paying outside people?
And we are doing that. So after a group of us went to the PLT in November, that same group presented to my staff, and they talked about, what they found and what were some of the good things that we got from it. And that's where our focus is in PLTs. And there's almost a representative in each of my PLTs. There's a representative from each that went to that training, so they can help focus on and make sure that we're, like I said, making it powerful and impactful. So we are doing that. I don't want you to say we're not doing that, but I also think there is a lot of impact when you get to actually go to the training and get to be part of it. It really helps. It really helps understand the overall goal. And when you're hearing it from because sometimes things get lost in translation.
But maybe I don't understand, which I probably don't. But isn't it better to participate in one than to have somebody keep telling you? I don't learn by somebody lecturing me. I actually have to do it, and we all learn in different ways. By participating in our own Moore County schools, is that?
I think we do. I think it's a great point. You're saying, do we utilize? I think what I hear you saying, Ms. Bruno, is do we utilize our own people who are doing it right?
Because
to
we
help
have brilliant
people doing
doing
some
it.
wonderful things, and do we utilize them
Yes,
to help
that's
with others?
exactly what I'm
and
saying.
I would say we're completely familiar with the training model where we train a trainer and they come back in and then they work with our folks here. I would say we have some schools that are leading the nation in their PLT process. Two of them that come to my mind are Dr. Capps and the work that she's doing at McDeeds Creek, and Miss Saccone, for example, and the work that she's doing at Pinehurst Elementary. I would say that we have people going and observing their work, participating in their work, being trained with them on a very regular basis. We build that into our principal leadership, our monthly meetings with the principals. In many cases, we're going out to schools where we're seeing what they're doing or learning from them. I would also say that both Dr. Capps and Ms. Saccone went to the solution tree training and would recommend that all our principals, if we had the budgetary flexibility to do it, should go, and that is a training that should be done for all of them if we could afford to do it. They think it's that good. Now, there are other trainings, Train the Trainer, for example, with the letters, which we felt so great about. We have trained our own people so that when we get new staff members coming in, we have our own people to be able to do that training. We're ahead of the curve on that, I think, in comparison to other districts. We do that in many ways. And so I think it's a piecemeal. I mean, there's some trainings that are so good that it makes sense for us to send somebody there and support it with the work at our schools, and there's others that we can do on our own.
I was just going to add one small thing from Ashley's perspective. They're a very small school, and so this idea of singletons, you only have one person that teaches it on a grade level.
Okay.
So that's a unique thing for a small school, that you can put some structures in place, some systems in place that can support that a large middle school may not have the teachers who are experiencing that. So that's another reason why you might want to bring somebody in who has some expertise in that area for a brief period of time to help you set up some systems and structures, and then you roll from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And being singletons, her staff then can look at how to share that with Westmore and High Falls.
I'll
even.
see that.
Yes, absolutely. So, and I will agree, I've been to the PLT training before, prior to just the singleton and small schools, and it is a great PD. And I did learn under one of the best Dr. Capps of how to implement PLTs in a school. But I also know that the singleton piece, it was like a completely different training than I've been to before this in November. And it's very powerful, and I think it's a great thing for our school.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
so that leads me to the I was sitting here pondering something, but now, so Dr. Metcalf said that the principal at Pinehurst and McDeeds Creek attended this, two high-performing principals. They'd recommend every principal attend if we had the money. Ms. Priest, didn't you just say that you've attended this?
Yes, we used our Title I funds to attend this, but we also only have a limited amount of Title I funds.
No, I understand. So if I understood Dr. Metcalf correctly, the crux was getting the principal, and then why can't the principal turn around and teach this to your staff? I mean, you're an educator. If I attended something in the Marine, well, any time that I've led anyone, I've attended the training. I
I
turn
think
around
they
and train
have.
my people.
We've used both Dr. Capps and Ms. Sacconi as a part of that training, and we've used them in our normal training and our principals meeting to share what they have learned, to bring it back, to demonstrate how it works at their schools. Again, we've taken our own staff to them to see it in action.
No, I'm sorry, you misunderstand my point. My point is that Ms. Priest herself has attended the training, the
Right.
singleton and small schools. Why can she not train her people? Why do we need to? Right.
That's why I said the teacher leaders and I who went, we are training our staff right now, and we're working on it, and it's hard work, and it's going to probably be a little bit messy this year as we try to figure it out and put those
Understand. It's a
processes and
process.
procedures in place. But we are training our staff, and I am training my staff
Right.
on it, and so we did present to them. We're working it. We're doing that in our PLTs, but it's powerful to go, like we said, to go yourself to it and actually be part of it. And so I'm not saying I'm going to send all my staff members, with this flexibility, but if I had a chance to send another teacher leader group, I would definitely want to take that chance.
So we haven't put dollars to any of this. So let's just take this. So what's the cost of this? Is it $50,000 or $80,000 or $10,000?
This is probably about 10. If I wanted to send another teacher leader group and bring a consultant, it would probably cost about $10,000.
Any further questions? Or are you guys finished, or you have some more? Okay. All right. Further questions from members of the board? There's a couple of things that I'm very concerned about. Number one is you're basically telling me of a restart program that is like a restart program that I'd expect to see at just about any other school in the district if that needed a restart program. But Elise is very unique, as is Robbins Elementary, because what is your percentage, for instance, of ESL
About
students?
60. I think it's 60% or a little
Si-
less than that.
60%.
Mhm.
We take our exams in English, right? In other words, your end of the year stuff, all that's done in English, correct? Okay. So it would seem to me that our biggest problem of both Elise and Robbins is the ESL. And I don't see anything in your restart plans that addresses specifically ESL students. Because because when, and this is a long time ago that I substituted at Elise, I found those to be some of the absolute hardest working kids I have ever seen in my life. There is actually, not to say that some of our students at our other schools that I've taught at are not as hardworking, but I believe there is something to the to the grit and purpose of a first generation American whose family is trying to make it. But likewise, that gives us a lot of unique hurdles. What are you doing specifically? Maybe you can't answer this. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, you're fine.
What are you doing specifically to help us get over this hurdle of our ESL students taking exams primarily in English and therefore having problems with those exams?
And so we do have a plan in place, and I do work. I have 2 ESL teachers. In fact, at my next staff meeting, they're presenting to my staff on different ESL strategies and accommodations that my staff and teachers can use with these students. We reach out to the district. I work with the district when we have new students coming in, and we help get them acclimated and get them in the right area. But we do currently already have this in our school improvement plan. It says it in there that we're, using different ESL strategies. And so I agree that it would be something to also explore for the flexibilities, that we could look into doing something more. But I do know that it's already in our school improvement team. I work with the C&I team. we're already doing a lot of different things already. And I agree that that is a unique thing about our school as well. And that's something that we could also explore with our SIT team and look into a different flexibility.
Now, let me go one step farther. Your sister school, which is Robbins Elementary, has a Spanish immersion program. Okay, it would seem to me that I'm not a big fan of the Spanish immersion program because I think it takes some time away from learning English, which can be a problem. But beyond that, it seems to me that borrowing some teachers from Robbins Elementary, I assume you don't have a lot. Do you have a lot of teachers who are fluent in Spanish?
I have a few teachers who are fluent in Spanish. I know my ESL teachers are, and a few core staff members are also fluent in Spanish. And we do work with Robbins Elementary too. And being part of Restart, since they're already a Restart school, I would have the opportunity to plan and work with them even more.
Okay. Now let me take this one step farther. You bring in a lot of consultants, and I also am very concerned about what Ms. Bruno says and what Mr. Hensley says about bringing in all these consultants. If we took all this money from bringing in all these consultants, could you hire just teachers to lower class size and maybe hire some Spanish-speaking teachers to help out in that regard instead of going through this, what I think is almost a formulary approach, which is bringing the consultants and the like, unless these consultants were unique to a school that's 60% ESL. Okay.
And I will say, you know what I mean, we're already a pretty small class size. We already have some pretty small class sizes, and we have a lot of teachers that are working on board. I think the most important thing that we can do is help train our teachers and, you know, not only the ESL strategies, but how to have those high expectations and to continue to work in academics and to continue to build those relationships. That, I believe, is one of the strongest factors that is going to help us get to where we need to be.
Okay. I just think about, I hope there'll be more emphasis on a strategy unique to an ESL school, as opposed to a strategy which might be good over in Aberdeen or something like that. But I think the only thing that stands in the way of both Robbins Elementary and Elise from being, oddly enough, a top school, okay? Because I know the kids, I know those kids. I know how hard they work. I know how dedicated those parents are to making sure that their kids make it in the United States, and how difficult it's been for the parents' long journey into the United States. I understand that. And I think if we just tried to make the program a little bit more unique to ESL,
Absolutely.
that we'd have a lot more success. Just
I wrote that down, and we're
Okay.
going to explore that with my SIT team, and we'll talk about some different flexibilities.
Okay, all right. Anything else? Okay, yes.
You said before an accommodation for ESL. What is an accommodation for ESL?
So just some different like testing accommodations and some different things.
Oh, you mean
that-
like extra
Yeah,
time or
yes,
somebody
those kind of
reading
different
it to
things.
you? Okay.
Yeah, just giving
All
some
right.
professional development to our
Okay.
teachers so they can understand more how to work with. And it's really just understanding how to work with students who are EL.
Okay. All right.
And perhaps those teachers, one of the things that you might want to use your flexibility money for is for those teachers who are not fluent in Spanish. I'd feel a lot better if you brought in a Spanish teacher and taught those teachers who are not fluent in Spanish to speak Spanish. That doesn't mean I don't want the public to get the wrong impression. I'm not talking about teaching in Spanish. but I'm talking about, you talk about capturing kids' hearts,
So they can get
having a
more.
relationship with the Spanish-speaking students so that they can better communicate, not just with the students, but also with the parents.
Yeah.
Because too many times with ESL students, the students who are better in speaking English than sometimes the parents are. They are the translators, and they sometimes form the role of a parent, as you've read in the literature. And the more the teachers can directly communicate with the parents, the better off the parents and the students are. So
I think that's a good
think
idea.
about that.
Yeah.
Think about hiring instead of a consultant for PLTs, because I'm going to bet you that you guys know how to do PLTs, and you have people in others of our schools who know how to do PLTs. But I'll bet you they don't know. But I'll bet you some of that money can be used to to help, if not make our teachers not fluent in Spanish, but at least comfortable with the language.
Absolutely.
Just a thought.
Thank you for this suggestion.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
I just
Anything
have,
else?
I just have one other question. First, before I ask my question, I do want to say that, you know, what Mr. Levy and Ms. Bruno said, the world's best PLT is at Cranes Creek. Two of our principals are the best in the nation. Chair Levy expressed concern about spending money on stuff that's already a core competency within our school district. That's 100% the point that I was trying to make, is that, you know, consultants training. At some point, as I said, we're in the training business and we can train the trainer. That's what you do when you don't have unlimited funds. Speaking of unlimited funds, there is no money tied in. There are no dollar figures tied to this. It is all 100%. I forget exactly. Use budget flexibility.
Right.
Use budget flexibility, and I do not like vagueness. And I would like to know an order of magnitude of how much money we gain through this conversion process in total. And then I think, to Mr. Levy's point, once this board, I can't imagine this board approving this unless we know the order of magnitude of money. I'm not saying we need to know down to the dollar, but we need to know within, 10% of the expected money. Then, and only then, can we make a decision as to whether this is a wise use of people's money. Because I look at a bullet there and I don't know whether it's $5,000 or $500,000. So I know before I can support this, and I suspect the rest of the board members, we need to know the order of magnitude of money. So I would like to know that before we vote on this.
I can tell you that from the restart process, we net approximately $100,000 for each school, and those school teams determine how to use that. And we monitor that with the schools and work with the schools on that. I can't tell you it would net that much for Elise being a smaller school, but Tina could model that out and probably have an approximate amount for the board next week. But again, that's something that's driven by that school team and the work of the school improvement team. The principal, Heather, works very closely with those restart schools. And I don't think we would argue with the board that we've got incredible experts in our own school district that can help train our staff. In fact, that's the model we prefer to use because it's more cost efficient,
Yes.
and you're leveraging your experts within your district. But there are times where it can make sense to use an external training or send people to something to come back and bring that expertise back, or bring an external person in to help facilitate something. Sometimes that can have great value. But I don't think any of us would disagree with the board's point on that.
Yeah, and again, that's just my view, and I kind of spoke for everyone else, but it certainly seems like a reasonable request. The only other point I would make is that as long as this school is a restart school, then that money's recouped every year, is gained every year. So, if we did fund an additional position, you don't want to fund a position with one-time money, but this would be a recurring increase, so that if you did actually hire someone or something like that, then you'll count for the duration of a restart. So, okay, thank you.
And we should make mention that there's an approval process whenever a budget flexibility is used within our own district. The school improvement team plans based on their needs, and anytime there's a budget flexibility or employment flexibility, it has to come through central office for approval, or a calendar flexibility and those kinds of things. So it's not unilaterally just decided. We do investigate, we determine what is the effectiveness, how are we going to measure this, what's the impact going to be, can we use our own before purchasing something else. And so we definitely use that process.
Yeah, and finally, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if you indulge me, there is one other point, is I think the restart school stuff that I get most excited about are the low cost or no cost things, because there's all kinds of inflexibility, as you guys know, built into public school or, any schools, and it's very unfortunate. But that's, so we talk about charter school-like flexibility. Well, what they're doing in Southern Middle School with calendar flexibility, so they get more time with the students that need it, and this and that. There are big bang for the buck, low cost items, and that's the sort of innovation I want to see. Not just, oh, we need another consultant or we need this training. Let's really, engage the brain housing group and come up with ways we can change the process or the calendar or something and get results.
Yes, go ahead.
I think one low cost or no cost thing that you mentioned was that you're having the children write more in all, even in band, which is great. Are they doing cursive writing by chance, or is it?
They
Okay.
are doing their
Yeah.
cursive writing.
Yes, especially when they're doing those book reports.
And they've been using some cursive. So some of it's cursive, but some of it's print as well too.
Okay.
Another positive testimony for book reports.
And a clarification around restart, reauthorization, and while the duration of being in restart, just to clarify, the purpose of restart is a reform model, and what's great about it is that it doesn't end. You reauthorize, you continue to use those flexibilities to remove those barriers. You don't get out of restart. You get out of low performing.
Right, and to reinforce what we're asking today, what Ashley has shared is a number of things that they could, and their school improvement team is considering if they were to be getting restart status. And what we're asking for today is for your approval to apply for restart status. They would be working, then they would know what their budget is, and they would work to narrow down exactly what they wanted to work on, and that may come back to the board. It certainly would go through the approval process. So the request today is to allow us to apply for restart status for Elise Middle School.
And as a low performance school, their school improvement plan would come back to the board each year until they get
Correct.
out of that status, which could be this year, which we have high hopes for that, and certainly they're working hard to do that. But
Correct.
it would come back to the board each year.
Exactly. Thank you, sir.
Anything further?
Just one question, if they did get out of low performing, you wouldn't be able to do restart, correct?
No, we
You
can
still can?
continue. Once you're in, you can apply to stay in. And so
No,
there's-
I meant if we didn't apply this year.
Right.
You still could, okay. All right, that's good to know.
Well, let's pause just a second. You have to be continuing low performing, means you've been identified low performing 2 of the previous 3 years. So if we came out of low performance status this year, we'd have to take a critical look at that, but it has to be 2 of the last 3 years.
Yeah, I think that's Ms. Caldwell's point, is there's a window about, assuming that we have grade increase, which we all hope, we expect, then we've got this window to do it. I think that's your point, right?
Okay, anything further?
Yeah, I just want to know how successful the restart programs are.
We can pull up some data across the state. I think you've got some feedback on that.
Well, I think from our own we've seen mixed success in our own, but we've seen that Aberdeen and Southern Middle have been able to use that flexibility to help their schools, and we've seen increased performance of those 2 schools. And it just restart the sole reason for that? Maybe, maybe not. But I think it does give our schools flexibilities that they can take some swings and do some things that other schools can't do because of the flexibilities. Across the state, as a statewide look at it, I think the latest report to the State Board of Education showed that Restart Schools we're making a positive impact in those schools overall as a state. That's the big picture.
Thank you.
Further? Okay. Okay, let's go down to our next thing, which is the 25-26 school calendar.
Yes, sir.
Finally, we're gonna
Thank you, Ms. Priest.
maybe get some bravery here.
Yes, I think we had some discussion, if I'm not mistaken, it was at our November board meeting, where it was brought, I think Board Member Bruno brought up the topic of can we get this brought back to the board as quickly as possible. Ms. Sinan has led a process for the 25-26 calendar, similar process we used last year with 2 calendars, an early start calendar that would not follow the calendar law and one that would. So this is to get an endorsement from the board to put this out for public input. Jamie?
Yep, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So what you have in your information is a copy of both of the calendars. We have a 25-26 traditional start calendar and a 25-26 early start calendar. The calendar requirements are listed in there. I'm just going to kind of go through those per the North Carolina calendar law. In November of 2023, this past November, we created a committee so that we could look at the calendars and build the calendars. Build one that was a traditional calendar that followed the calendar law, and then also build an additional calendar that was an early start calendar per the board's request. That committee included staff and parents from all 3 levels. So elementary, middle, and high school, so that we could get impact from all different levels. And then also we made sure that we had representation from all 3 areas of the county. So we weren't focusing just on one area. The traditional calendar, which is the first calendar that's there, you'll see that the first semester classes begin on August 25th, 2025. The second semester begins on January 21st, 2026. The school year ends for students on June 10th, 2026. Just a few things from the calendar to point out. You'll see that we do have Election Day off, which is November 4th. We have put in there an optional teacher workday after the Christmas holiday break before students return. That's in there as well. There are 88 student days that are in semester 1 and 92 student days that are in semester 2. It totals, we follow the hour guideline, which we have to have 1,025 hours. This calendar, we have 1,064 hours, so we do have a bank in that calendar of about 6.5 days. So if there's inclement weather or power outage or whatever happens, we do have those days that are banked there. According to the North Carolina calendar law, we're supposed to meet the following requirements. We cannot start any earlier than the Monday closest to August 26th and no later than the Friday closest to June 11th. There are no educational purpose waivers, and Moore County does not qualify for any additional waivers for weather or things like that. The calendar has to cover at least 9 calendar months. There's a minimum of 185 days or 1,025 hours. Again, Moore County Schools follows the hour guideline. We must have at least 9 teacher workdays built into the calendar, and we also have to designate an additional 2 workdays that teachers can take accumulated annual leave. So those would be the difference between your required workdays and your optional workdays. We have to have a minimum of 10 annual leave days within the calendar and have the same or equivalent number of legal holidays as those designated by the State Personnel Commission for state employees. So we have to follow those same holidays that other state employees are given. We cannot hold school on Sunday. And Veterans Day has to be a holiday for all public school personnel and all students enrolled in public schools. And in 2025, Veterans Day falls on a Tuesday. So you'll see that noted in that calendar as well. That is the traditional calendar. Does anybody have any questions about that before I move on to early start? Okay. The early start calendar, which you'll see here, is that first semester classes begin on August 11th. You'll see that there is the week prior, there is a week of 4 required work days and 1 optional work day. So teachers will actually come back on August 4th, and students will come back on August 11th. The second semester begins January 5th when we come back from holiday break. You'll also see there, as we have with the traditional calendar, that there's an optional teacher work day that it's there for teachers prior to students returning on the 5th. Students will end the school year on May 22nd, which is the Friday before Memorial Day. So you'll see that that's an early release day. The holiday is on the 25th of May, and then we have the required and optional work days at the end for teachers to close out the school year. The calendar allows the first semester classes to end and testing to end prior to the December holiday. So the other things just to point out with the early start calendar, in semester 1 there's 87 student days. Semester 2 there's 90 student days. That again, we follow the hour guideline. That gives us a bank of 1,046 hours, which is a little bit less than what we have with the traditional calendar, but allows for about 3.5 extra days built in there just in case we need those. You'll see in March is when we have spring break. That spring break is before Easter. It's a few weeks before Easter for 2 reasons. The first one is if we went until Easter to have that break, you only have a few more weeks before school is out for the students. So we wanted to make sure that there was enough time in there to for good quality instruction, but also to make sure that we have that time before they just come back off a break and then start testing with a short period of time. That also coincides with Sandhills Community College with their spring break. You'll see there as well that there is a required workday after spring break to allow for a workday before students return for teachers and staff. And I believe that is it for the early start calendar. What our plan is that the calendar committee would like the school board's endorsement to place the calendar on the website for public comment and feedback. You have a copy of the feedback collection form, and it's very simple. We want to see, what their role is in Moore County. So is it a community member that's completing it? Is it a teacher? Is it a another staff member? Which do you prefer, either the early start calendar or the traditional calendar? And then we want to know why. So why did they choose one calendar over the other? And then we just want any feedback or suggestions. Last year when we sent the survey out for calendar feedback, they were only able to give feedback on whatever calendar they chose. We wanted them to go ahead and choose a calendar, but then be able to give feedback about either one of the calendars. So we have that listed in there. We would like to go ahead and send that out or post that on January 17th. Keep it posted for a month. So the last day would be February 16th. That would give us some time to go ahead and gather all of the data, take a look at it, go through all of the comments and read that. And then we would bring that information back to you for review on March 4th at the work session. So that you could see the feedback, you could see what the calendar recommendation is from the survey, and then go ahead with a recommendation from the calendar committee about which one we would like to adopt based on that feedback.
Questions, comments?
Do you have to put in your email in order to do the survey?
No, it's an anonymous survey.
Any further questions or comments?
I think that was an excellent job.
Thank you.
Really good. I loved it.
And we'll obviously, we're going to have to, I'd like to get the feedback on both of these calendars. We do have a giant mountain, which is the law seems to be at odds with our early start calendar. On the other hand, a lot of school districts have gone to an early start calendar. So it appears that at least the Board of Education is not that opposed to it. But at any rate, I think the first step is to get feedback, and then we'll decide on the technicalities of it later on. But in that form that you have, I didn't quite see it. Is there a thing that says, do you prefer the early start calendar or the other calendar? There is that question.
Yeah, it says which calendar would you like to see more county schools adopt? And they pick, option 1 would be the traditional calendar, option 2 would be the early start calendar.
Okay, all right. And of course, just so the public knows, we're not talking about this coming year. Okay, we're talking about a year from this coming year. So there's, don't want anybody to panic that if they have an August vacation, that we're going to all of a sudden make a change.
Correct.
Okay. All right, anything else?
I do have one very specific question on the proposed calendar. Is, if I recall, I don't know what the pending calendar, you know, the 24-25 calendar, I don't recall what we did, but I seem to recall last election year, the schools were open on election day. And were there any problems with the polls that were, I remember Pinecrest was open when we had the last election.
I was not here, so I'm going to defer to Dr.
I mean, so my question is because if I recall correctly, historically, the schools were closed on election day.
Yeah,
and then last
historically,
time they
we have
weren't.
in the past, you're correct, absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Historically, we've closed on election day, often have made that a parent conference day. So we've done different things with it. Last year, that year, you are correct, because of the way the calendar worked out and the days that we were trying to get in, we had that as a student day, worked with the schools, worked with the election folks to make that possible. The feedback from the principals is it worked, but it was inconvenient. So if the calendar committee could work around and still have that as a non-student day, that was the preference, and that was the feedback to the calendar committee. They were able to work that through.
And how many parents are on the calendar committee?
I'd have
I
to-
assume there's parent
There are
representation.
parents, yeah, there's parent representation. In fact, we actually had a couple parents that called us and asked us if they could be on the committee, which
Yeah,
was great,
yeah,
and we
that's good.
said, absolutely. I would have to look and see, I don't have that information right in front of me, but I can let you know how many parents we have, how many administrators, how many staff members, things like that. We can get that if that's needed, but we do have parents on there.
Okay.
Okay. Anything further? Okay, let's keep on moving. See where we are. The out-of-state field trips.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair Levy. Yep. Ms. Metcalf, we've got two from Pinecrest. Go ahead.
Yes, so we have two requests from Pinecrest. The choral students would like to travel to a competition in Orlando, Florida in April. And the Model UN Club would like to travel to that competition, which takes place at American University in February.
Any questions on that? It's American University, is Washington, right?
They might need a chaperone.
Okay. Still concerned about Washington and the security in Washington. So we haven't had any problem, but I'm just want to emphasize at least my concern that we make sure that we have good security precautions while we're in Washington, D.C. Okay, and from general crime. I'm not so much talking
Absolutely.
about maybe a couple of protests or something. Okay. Anything else? Okay, nothing else. Let's move on. Award of gym renovations.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hey.
I'm happy to say that we did not have to rebid this. As you know, in the past, when we've bid out some of our larger projects, we've had to send them out for rebid, but we were pleasantly surprised that we received 4 bids for our second phase gymnasium projects. Sealed single prime bids for the modernization and renovations of gyms at Farm Life and Vast Lakeview were opened December 21st. 4 companies submitted bids. Bordeaux Construction, $1,874,900. Daniels & Daniels Construction Company, $1,876,000. H.M. Kern Corporation, $1,635,000. And KNA Contracting, $1,549,000. So we see the apparent low and responsive bidder is H.M. Kern Corporation. Staff recommends that the award of bid go to them in the amount of $1,635,000. H.M. Kern completed renovations, including HVAC windows, lighting, and replacing exterior siding on Cameron Park Elementary in Orange County, as well as renovation and modernization of locker rooms at Northwood High School in Chatham County, and they are currently renovating the first 3 gyms at Cameron, High Falls, and Westmore. The project will be paid for with county bond premium funds. A total of $8,540,987 was set aside for the modernization of gyms. After the completion of the 5 gyms at Cameron, High Falls, Westmore, Sand Hills Farm Life, and Vast Lakeview, we will have approximately $3.7 million remaining in that county bond premium fund. Are there questions? I'm excited that we're going to be able to get these 2 started, and as you know, the other 3 are underway.
So, and there's my question. So when are the other 3 going to be finished? And if we approve this at the next meeting, when will this start and when will these be completed? Projected times.
Projected timeline, we're hoping right now that these gyms that are under construction right now should be completed late spring, and we would hope that these gyms would be completed before school started next year.
In 2025?
So
2024?
through this summer, yeah.
Right,
So
they'd
yeah.
be done for fall of 2024.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
So they'll be just a bit behind, which is, great. We were anticipating having to rebid like we did the first, but we were pleasantly surprised with 4 bids. We've currently got the other 3 gyms underway with windows already going in and whatnot, so those are being started. Some roof work already, so happy to get these started and hopefully not be too far behind those.
And just to reiterate, the $3.7 million remaining, that actually reflects the savings that we had over the previous projected renovations, right?
Correct.
So that's a 43% savings. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
You know about Robbins, how worried I am about that parking lot. How are we doing on that?
Actually, just this week, we have someone out there, a contractor, who's going to start clearing some trees. So that we can get parking lot in, and we're looking at putting 2 lanes in there. So that is underway. We've got to do some clearing first, and then we've got to get some DOT things, but it is something that we are looking at, and we're going to make sure we take care of.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. First reading of new and revised policies. Dr. Locklear, do you want to say something about that?
Well, as we met before the holiday break with the board policy committee, these are all policies that were pushed forward as needed revisions from the North Carolina School Board Association. And we worked with Dr. Patterson and myself worked with the committee on revisions to those. And some of the, as always, we noted in the attachment, Dr. Patterson, the first reading, new revised policies, you'll see highlighted if there were additional revisions recommended by the policy committee. So all that's outlined policy by policy, and appreciate the committee's cooperation and work on these policies. So nothing else other than the recommendation that the board does approve these at the second reading.
Okay.
Mr. Levy?
Yes. First of all, I don't know if anybody's had a chance to read over the policies. I don't know as you really want to, at this point in time, go over each individual policy, or do you? What is your pleasure?
I will just say that I've only got to number 6 over the weekend because I was reading through it. But my understanding is, now that I kind of looked through it, is that, which I do like that you did this, so thank you, that you put that this policy was aligned to North Carolina State Boards Association, or if it wasn't, then you said that it was something that our policy committee recommended. So that's kind of helped me with that.
Okay. All right, that's then the one thing that you might want to pay attention to are the student searches, which is a major revision of the policy. And I think it's actually very, very good. The one highlight is that within this is a policy to make sure that as we receive a bus, that we will be putting seat belts on those buses, and the kids are going to have to use it because the laws of physics are not suspended when kids are on the road in a school bus. And I've so many times I've told people about this policy. And I said, you mean our kids don't have seatbelts on buses? And I said, no. And they said, well, wow, that's kind of a no-brainer. I always thought that it was. So that I think is quite important. Remember that the federal government, at least one agency of the federal government, is recommending seatbelts on school buses. And as a benefit, it also leads to better discipline on buses, which is one of the problems. Remember those videos which we saw last year. If kids are in seatbelts, those videos won't happen, or the bus driver will pull over that bus to make sure the kids are in seatbelts. And remember that kids are always out of position when riding if they're not belted in, and that can be disastrous in an accident. Yes.
Mr. Chair, are you talking about number 6 there, policy, safety, and student transportation services?
I believe so.
So are the use of installation and use of seatbelts part of the model policy from the State School Board Association?
No.
Well, it's not highlighted in yellow. So to Ms. Caldwell's point, if it's a local policy, then it should be highlighted in yellow. Reading this and reading the footnotes, I would think that it came from the model policy from the State School Board Association.
It says from the committee, but we can start highlighting those as well to really make it point out, stand out.
The only changes are from the committee, which is listed under the number 6. The policy is revised to include recommendations from Moore County Schools Policy Committee. No, we didn't do anything with School Board Association.
I think it should be consistent throughout. If it's a local initiative, it should be highlighted yellow.
That's what I got confused on until I read underneath, because I was skipping the underneath part, but then
I know
figured
last
it out.
time we did this in a business meeting, there was all kinds of confusion because it was inconsistent. Lee highlighted.
We'll add that highlight
Yeah,
for the
thank
business
you.
meeting.
Dr. Locklear, does this all of these policies come with your recommendation?
They do. Coming from the committee, I mean, we had our discussion around seatbelts on school buses, but now that we do have, that is something that the board has moved forward with. Certainly, it comes to my recommendation, this revision of it, how we include that in our policy, and I worked with the committee on that and our council.
Yeah, our final wording was with the help of council and Dr. Locklear. We've tried to make this as good as possible and as and try to get the approval of the administration, which is very, very important. I think the one thing that we all want to see is our kids' safety, and that's one of the reasons why we're here as a board, to ensure our kids' safety. Okay. Anything else? Yeah, if not, that'll constitute the first reading, and we'll have a vote on it on the second reading at the next meeting. Okay. Applications for board member training credits.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This comes from myself and Ms. Parker and working with council. We are required, as you know, board members are required to get a certain amount of hours of training every 2 years. And we've been providing that in collaboration with Mr. Schwartz, and we've also, as a staff, have provided some training to you. So this is documentation of that training, and School Boards Association asked that we get that officially. Although our policy doesn't require us to get it officially endorsed by the board, the School Boards Association suggests that we get it overall just endorsed, that this is officially endorsed by the board. If you attended that training, you'll get credit for it, and all of that is documented in the related documents. So this is simply to get the board to officially endorse the training that you've had so we can submit it to the School Boards Association to document your training hours.
Okay. All right. Any questions on that? Okay. We should get credit for our training. Okay. Nomination for the 2024 NCSBA Legislative Committee. To explain, we're members of the North Carolina School Boards Association, and the North Carolina School Boards Association has a has a legislative committee for legislative priorities. And we have the right to nominate a delegate to that committee. That committee, I believe, Dr. Locklear, am I correct? It's going to meet in March, has to be nominated by March, but is not going to meet until much later.
According to information they sent Chair Levy, it looks like the first meeting's in July, and you'll meet again in September and maybe a virtual meeting thereafter. And you're right, applications are due by March 22nd, 2024.
Okay. So I guess what I really want to know is anybody interested in serving on the committee?
It says one at large. Is that what that means? One at large? So we only have 2 people that are at large.
No, no. They're talking about vis-a-vis their organization.
They're
not
at
ours.
large seats, not our at large seats.
Oh, okay. Thank
So-
you.
so
Yeah, I just saw
anybody-
the at large.
No,
and
I get it.
went,
I get it.
Okay.
I get it.
Yeah.
Does anybody particularly want to do it?
I just have a comment. I can say that looking at the North Carolina School Board Association's legislative agenda, when I last looked at it a couple years ago, well over half of the items on their legislative agenda are things that this school board would oppose.
Well, that's the reason why
Yeah,
we need to put
yes,
somebody on the
somebody
committee
on there.
to say precisely that. Yeah, when I attended the North Carolina School Boards Association, it was tilted, as I guess a lot of the educational community is, to maybe a more liberal point of view. But we're conservatives, and we're entitled to our point of view, and that's the reason why we have to participate. So anybody want to do that? If not, I'll do it.
I think
But
David should do it.
okay, well, David, you want to do it?
I'll definitely express my opinion.
Hey,
I'll-
sure.
I'll be
Wh-
more
why
than
not?
happy. Yes, I will be the most effective representative. Our previous representative there was, gosh, I can't remember his name, sat next to him for 2 years. But yeah, I'll do it. I'll be more than happy to do it.
Okay, all right. So anybody else? I don't want to. Okay.
We can only have one person?
I think we're only nominating one person. Is that correct, Dr. Locklear?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I nominate David.
All right. All right. So I think it's be by consent. But we'll probably put that on the consent calendar. Okay, that David will be our nominee.
No, I don't think it should be on it. I think that we need to vote on it. Don't you?
Okay, well, we can vote on it at the business meeting. We can do that.
Yes.
Okay. I mean-
I don't know that Mr. Benway would be interested in it at all, but he's not here today, so in case he did want to vie for it.
He won't.
I wouldn't think so either, but we shouldn't knock him out just because he's not here today.
Okay. All right.
Let me say this. I mean, I can assure you guys of one thing. One is I will certainly represent the conservative point of view. And 2 is I know many of the legislators and have working relationships with them.
Okay.
So
So that'll be very good. Okay. All right. So next, we've got the school board meeting agenda for January 16th. What I propose doing on that is put in as a report, year of discovery, which is Ken Benway's thing. Unfortunately, he's not here. Let's talk about what we're going to vote on and what if anything is going to be on the consent agenda. And remember, only if one person objects, then it's on a voting agenda. So, okay, the district media and technology, obviously that's a vote. The restart application, do you want to have that as a vote? Action, okay. The endorsement to gather comment on the 2 calendars. You say consent? Consent it is. Out-of-state field trips, consent. Okay. Award of the gym renovations, consent? Consent. What's that?
I agree.
Action? All right.
Action.
Action. All right. First reading of the second reading of the policies will be an action item. Applications for board member training credits. Is that on the consent agenda? Okay, I assume that's consent. And the nomination of the 2024 SBA Legislative Committee. That, I guess, is action, because we have to take a vote on that, I assume. Okay.
I don't mind being on the consent. I was just thinking Ken or Philip, since they weren't here. That was
Yeah,
my
that
only
was,
reason.
well, that was the reason why I thought it was going to be on the, I'll put it on the action agenda.
Okay.
If you later on, well. or
Okay.
did you-
It might be easy vote. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think it'll be a quick vote. All right. Anything else?
Mr. Levy, can I say something?
For sure. Well, it's board comments. We'll start with you.
Oh, okay. I would, I'm having a lot of complaints from people that we're putting too many things on the consent agenda. And I would like to put less and less and less on the consent agenda and let the public know what we're doing.
Always remember, it only takes one person to take something for it not to be on the consent agenda.
Right.
So anything, that's why this meeting is very important, because, and even, you can even object to something being on the consent agenda, I think, up until the meeting. So, 5 minutes before the meeting, you say, Mr. Chairman, take this off the consent agenda.
Okay.
You can do that. So,
Yeah, because I'd really like to be very, very transparent and do everything at our public meeting.
not a problem. If anybody, if any board member doesn't like something on the consent agenda, one person, just that board member can say,
Okay.
I object, and it's automatically on the action agenda. Okay.
But I was just going to say, I'd just add to that, the reason why we do some of the consents, because like for instance, out-of-state field trips, there's really no discussion
No,
there. So-
I agree there.
So that kind of stuff kind of goes there.
Okay. All right.
And to dovetail on what Ms. Bruno said, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that just 6 months ago, I was being attacked and excoriated by the chair and other board members for taking stuff off the consent agenda. Now, then we went to everything being on the consent agenda because I was the bad guy for taking stuff off the consent agenda. Now, all of a sudden, everybody wants to take stuff for action, so we have public discussion and debate, which is the way it always should have been.
Okay, you absolutely were right. That's what we should have done.
Well, one of the things, never mind. It's when you take everything off the consent agenda. It's a problem. Okay, and that was the problem. Okay, but clearly,
Which is any board member's right. You just went through a long speech about how it's any board member's right to take stuff off the agenda.
it was your right to do that.
Correct, so thank you.
And when you said that, we took that meeting, we took everything off the consent agenda. So I never.
Correct, because you were abusing it, and I wanted to make that point. You're abusing by putting everything on the consent agenda.
I'm not abusing. Everyone does it because everyone puts it on the consent agenda, including yourself. See, at a meeting, if it says put it on the consent agenda and you don't say I object, then you're putting it on the consent agenda.
Well, Mr. Chair, you just said with a smile on your face that a board member has a right up to the minute the meeting starts
right.
to remove something. Now you're saying that, oh no, well, you put it on the consent agenda. It's every board member's right up to the minute of the approval of the agenda to remove things. So you're 100% inconsistent. You just contradicted yourself.
No. I'm absolutely consistent. Those, for instance, when you apparently you were upset that one of the things was on the consent agenda, you could have simply said, I take it off the consent agenda. That's all you have to do. All you have to say. So we shouldn't complain about something being on the consent agenda because everyone here, when something is on the consent agenda, it is based on the assent of everyone here, including yourself. Okay, let's move on. Did you have anything else to say, this board
No.
comments?
Oh, no, I thought this was a terrific meeting.
Okay,
I
very
love the change of calendar. I absolutely love that. I hope everybody agrees with it.
Okay, David,
I have nothing.
Stacy, our vice chair.
Nothing right now, thank you.
Okay, and thank you very much. It's also, I think, was a very, very productive meeting. Appreciate staff and your hard work on all of these things, and we will see everyone next week.
Thank you.
Oh, is there a motion to adjourn? Okay, and I think I heard a second over there. All in favor, aye? Aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned.